Good day and welcome. Thank you for joining me today. I hope you're having a great Sunday today. Back to Euro Truck today here. Almost played a different game, but I figured more Euro Truck would be fun. Please like, share, and follow. There we go. There we go. Look at that. Joey's in the house. Thank you for that share. In fact, apparently in the house is a Gen X thing, but no, I like saying it anyway. Publish this poll, and we'll of course make sure everything's working. You know, if I didn't check that yesterday, I would have talked to you with no sound. Look at that, 273 days, Joey. Much appreciated for every one of those. Thank you 273 times. Much appreciated for every one of those. Thank you 270. And look at that. Hello, back to you. All right, you guys. Gonna position that a little bit better. You know, the streamer dashboard. And then we will jump right into it. Get some deliveries in. All right. So, how tired is our guy? Let's go rest first. And then we will grab a mission. Here's a place to rest. We can just go right to our garage. How are you doing today, Joey? I hope you had a good weekend. Nice of you to hang out here tonight. And you know what? That light turned off just now on my steering wheel. It was on. I don't know what influences that, but whatever. As long as the steering wheel works, right? We're gonna go. Mine's actually, instead of going to our garage, we'll go to just the repair place. We'll repair and sleep. And then we'll look for tasks. Because our tires are red, so we probably need some repairing anyway here. So if I could repair at my own garage, that'd be better, but I mean, since I can't, let's just go in here and do it. See? Right there. Get her fixed up. Enter. 12,000 big ones, man. But we'll start making the money. Nope. Right now, 268,000 is how much I have. Because I'm going to have millions by the end of the stream. Oh, there we go. We will sleep right there. And then we will get going. Let's find a mission now that we're well rested. Click job market, click the freight, click the place. Maybe we can move an excavator bucket. Nice to Nice. The huge tires, Nice to Nice. We want to go farther than that though. Just like look at that. Well, it's good money, but you know. Maybe we'll do this one, 52 grand. 55 dollars a kilometer. Lots of Nice to Nice, eh? But I'm not a local. I'm not going to be transporting no lamb stomachs locally. I'm not a local trucker. I'm going to be getting it and going places. Fun as it is driving Nice to Nice. We want to drive Nice to west. There we go. Let's get out of here, man. Where's this? Where do I gotta go? There we go. Left, I guess. By the way, if you're in my Discord, I put some pictures in the food section. Annie, thank you for... Oh, jeez. Right after getting repairs, I run over a car. Alright, let's not worry about that now, though. I'm sure he's okay. You know, this game's realistic. You can get run over by a semi-truck. Not get killed. NPCs are very tough in this game. Oh, I missed the thingamabopper, eh? There. Enter. Fright Market. Dinesh, thank you for following. Much appreciated. So we're picking up some Branco vans. I don't know if I've ever seen a Branco van. This is just like a 2-ton truck or something, eh? Alright. Where is it? Go get it. Here, up there. Oh, there it is. We're getting things. We're gonna get it done today, dudes. Dudes and dudettes. There we go. We got our trailer. We're on our way. Alright. So I had a nice steak dinner tonight. Steak and surf and turf, it's called. Those of you that are interested, I went actually eat at an outdoor restaurant kind of deal because they don't allow indoor dining right now. Very nice. A little bit windy, but a lot better than takeout because it's on a plate. Delicious dinner, yes. It was very good. It was Earl's Restaurant. I don't know. I think that's a Canadian chain originating in Western Canada, so I don't know how far that stretches. But I had a Caesar because it's Caesar Sunday. And I had steak and a fries. And some asparagus with it too, actually. I'm plum stuffed now. Caesar was really good. It had pepperoni stick and a pickle. Lots of spices. Took a picture. For those that are in my Discord, go look in the food section. I put a picture there of the food. If you're so inclined. Otherwise, just imagine a piece of steak, because they all look the same, really. Fire Devil, thank you for liking. Fire Devil probably enjoys a good steak once in a while, I'm sure. Or maybe not, you never know. Maybe Fire Devil's a vegetarian. Who knows, right? They had lots of vegetarian food there too, though. Thank you for the like, Glenn, and Fire Devil, of course. We gotta wait for this red light, man. Dennis, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Yeah, I was gonna pick colors for my poll today. I was gonna pick certain colors because, you know, you always hear about, you know, if you drive a red car, you're more likely to get a speeding ticket. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's always what I've heard. But what I did is I looked up the most popular colors. Even though technically white's not a color, but the most popular car colors, and those 4 are the ones that have the most percentages. No, there's a poll. It's up right now. 4 people have voted already. So, I don't know. Might have to refresh. Yeah, I do like to get the pole up there so that everybody can... Oh crap, I'm running over the fence back there. We don't want to get these trucks caught on it. There we go. Tough fence, eh? Danny, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Oh, you know what I forgot, dudes? Dudes and dudettes. Actually, I usually use dudes interchangeably, to be honest. But, the music. It was an afterthought. Alright. I always start the music with something starts with A because it's in alphabetical order. You know, I'm energetic that way. Alright, you guys. Emin, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Happy Sunday or Monday, whatever day it is for you. I know that when I start, it's practically the next day for some people. Or it is the next day for some people. If anybody's from Australia or near Australia, you know, they're way ahead of us here on the Pacific coast of Western Canada. Well, it was interesting when I had the favorite oceans poll. Pacific won though. Alec, thank you for following. Much appreciated. So we're delivering some vehicles. And every day I've been buying up another country or part of a country of garages. Expanding my fleet. I got 132 drivers in my company. Hey SK, how are you? So we're expanding operations. We're gonna get them all, man. It's like Pokemon cards. I saw an article today. Actually, it was... Well, I think it was today. It might have been yesterday. But anyway, they're talking about how Target and Walmart actually are stopping Pokemon card sales because customers are getting out of hand buying those things. Like they're fighting over it and stuff like that. So it's like they don't want to have none of that. So they actually are not selling them right now. Like they didn't mention NHL, but they mentioned like cards for most of the other big sports and Pokemon cards as things that they're not going to sell for a bit because people go nutso, man. I know that some streamers even open up Pokemon cards. They I guess, you know, it's kind of a fun thing to do. I never really got into Pokemon, really. I played a little bit of, was it Heart Gold on the 3DS? And I mean, it seemed fun, but I guess it's just because I never really grew up on Pokemon, you know? And I did play a bit of the, I don't know what it's called, but Pokemon Go, maybe? Where it was that, you know, you walked around and you had the game on your phone and you catch Pokemon on the street kind of thing. I played a little bit of that too, and that seemed alright, but I don't know, I never totally caught the, you know, like where I gotta collect them all, really. And it's funny, because if you've watched me for a while, back to Mixer days even, a lot of times if I play a game like Assassin's Creed, man, I collect pretty hard in you know, a lot of games, you know, like for example, I'm going after all these garages here. So, and you know, and it just feels like that's what I should do. But for some reason, I don't know, the Pokemon, it seemed fun, but it just was, I never collected them all. I'll kind of set my own goals in a game, I guess, and then find that I like to do a certain thing or whatever, and then I'll be satisfied that I got my money's worth or whatever at some point. We're full of gas. We're okay. Half a tank. Yeah, we're hauling the cars though right now. So your favorite colored car is probably on this trailer of mine right now. Go over here. All right. So then when we get a couple $1,000,000, we'll buy a whole bunch more garages again. I don't work tomorrow. It's the vacation day tomorrow. I had to burn some holidays before June. So got one more day off and back to regular work schedule on Tuesday, which is good. Hopefully everything's been running well at work. I'm sure they got her under control though. There's like not too much stuff that they're totally reliant on me for. But yes, thank you for liking, much appreciated. You know, we try to be somewhat redundant there. Have more than one person working on different things so that in case somebody's away on vacation, somebody can kind of cover them. And they can always phone if they have a question, you know, even when you're on vacation. But I hope everybody is doing well. Who are in Europe together, thank you for joining me in my trucking industry here that I'm playing right now. I am a variety streamer, so make sure you hit that follow, and doesn't matter what I'm playing. Stop in, say hi. We're forming a community here. Everybody is welcome. You know, it's always nice to talk to people from all over the world. We got people from all over the place, man. Cole, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. I got lots of fresh air. I ate dinner out on the in the air today. That was kind of cool, you know. Way better than takeout. So you know, once things go back to normal, I tell you, man, it's gonna be great. What did you have for dinner, Kristen? Anything good? Kristen needs a steak now. She heard me talk about steaks, so now she's gonna need a steak. Because a steak is contagious, you know. You know, if you hear about somebody eating steak, time to have steak, you know, in a day or two or something. Or some variation of, I guess. Look at these guys, eh? What's going on here? Lots of fire trucks. Holy crap, look at that trailer. That thing was wrecked. There we go. We're past the damage there. Looks like a black is a very popular car color amongst the Starship. That's what I started calling my crew, the Starship crew. I don't know. I call it different things every week. You can call me anything, just don't call me Shirley. That's like a joke from the movie Airplane. I think it was an airplane that they did that joke anyway. Surely you don't mean that. I do, and don't call me Shirley. I haven't seen that movie in like 100 years though. But it's got a classic Canadian actor. as the main star in Leslie Nielsen. He was also in the Naked Gun series, which is very funny as well. But he was a great Canadian actor, man. I think he got the Order of Canada even at one point. Passed away now, but he lived a long life. You probably recognize him if you see him. He's got he's got white hair in most things I've seen. But Frank Drebin. There we go, guys. I hope you're all relaxed, you know, have a nice relaxing stream here, you know. Watch the bobbleheads go back and forth. They're like, oh yeah. I'm not sure how to say your name here. Bayamu? I'm sorry, but thank you for following. Much appreciated. William, thank you for liking. Much appreciated also. Alright, you guys, here we go. We are cruising. Jimmy, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. See, some names with accents and stuff like that in it, I'm not really sure how to read those accents. So, sometimes I might not get the name right, but hopefully you know who I'm talking about, eh? Of course, you know, some normal Canadian or American spellings, you know, sometimes I get those wrong too, because, you know, people will spell things different ways than it's pronounced sometimes. Tricky language, so don't feel bad. I get all sorts of people's names wrong sometimes, but that's okay as long as you know who you are, or you can guess. If you don't guess, then I guess you won't know it's you. All right, we've got 641 more kilometers to go. 640, 39. I had a Frappuccino today too, man. I went all out. Not only did I have a Caesar, but I had a Frappuccino. It was a Java chip Frappuccino with almond milk and peppermint added. So that adds a certain flavor combination. It's a little bit stronger chocolatey when you use almond milk, and of course the mint makes it like an after 8 mint. And you gotta be careful when you order that. You gotta tell them you still want the whip and the chocolate, if you in fact still want the whip and the chocolate, because as soon as you sub in almond milk, they're assuming that you're avoiding the dairy. Although I guess reducing the dairy is not a bad thing. Almond milk's probably a little better for you than the cream anyway. There we go, everybody. We're cruising. A nice 90 speed. These trucks are getting there. Or whatever they're called, van thingies. They look like trucks to me. Look like 2-ton trucks. Somebody's ordering something though. There we go. There's nice blue skies here in my city. A little bit windy, but it was nice and blue. Canada usually has very blue skies, for most places anyway that I've been to. I don't know about Toronto and stuff like that, but Vancouver's good. Usually. Unless it's raining, of course. Vancouver rains a lot. But the sky's usually pretty nice around here. There's a lot of tourists that come through. I actually comment on that. Speaking of tourists, we're touring Europe today, guys. Euro Truck Simulator 2. Sultan, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. So thank you for joining me, everybody. I hope that you hit that follow, because that means you're enjoying it here. And you'll hopefully visit me again. And you can hit that like button to promote it. You know, Facebook likes that when you hit like, and then they see, oh, there's a lot of response here. Let's add more people. Scott, thank you for following. Much appreciated. I hope you're having a great weekend. The almost Monday. So, you know, Pops, thank you for liking. I'm not sure how to say your name, but thank you for liking the person who liked between Pops and Scott there. Gotta learn how to understand some of those extra characters, you know, that is not on my keyboard. Mine's just a standard keyboard. I assume you have to get special keyboard for a lot of those accents, or maybe you just have to have your Windows set up a certain way. I'm not really sure how that works. You better slow down so we don't get a ticket. We're going through the city here. There we go. Got to make a left up here. There's some sort of agency or something. We go straight. I wonder if we can pop that question mark. And then we can turn left up a little bit up the road there. We'll try it. It looks like a truck dealer. It is a truck dealer. Holy crap. We have the prediction skills of Nostradamus. You know what I predict? I predict that I'm gonna turn left coming up. Holy crap, guys, I can see into the future. I in fact did turn left. We can stop signaling. There we go. I bet you thought that prediction was amazing. Alright, let's get out of this town, man. And drive too slow when you're in town. You know, there was a time when video games really avoided cities for driving games because, you know, they're complicated, really. But these guys did a pretty decent job to depict that feeling that you're driving through a city. I think, anyway. You know, some games in the past have kind of produced cities in different ways, you know, like just kind of throwing some buildings here and there, but these guys made it feel like it. Snack attack! Holy crap. Nicholas, thank you for being here, by the way. Does that mean it's a raid? I don't see my alerts until like the next day, unfortunately. Snack a lot, thank you for liking. Margot, thank you for liking. What's happening? Did you share your community? Because, like, seriously, I don't see it until the next day for some reason. But thank you. Thank you so much. It's like, you know what it says on my stream? Just 23 hours ago, House of Hydra invited their viewers to join your stream. You did? Well, thank you so much. So tomorrow, it will tell me I have the same issue. It's pretty awesome, eh? Yeah. I can only kind of figure it out sometimes. Like, all of a sudden there's a couple people that, you know, are hashtagging something like that. Yeah, we're driving the trucks. What color is your favorite car, Snacklot? Like, what do you... I just picked the 4 most popular in statistically, you know. The on my poll, but you know, is there a car you're drawn to? I tend to go for blue cars for some reason. Well, that's not on the choices, but the I don't know. I had a really cool, like, my Saturn coupe I had before was blue black. Was the official color. So in certain light it looked blue, and in certain other light it looked black. Oh, you like black? There you go. Although yours is blue. The reason I didn't quite like black as much though is because every little rock divot would show up. But you know, but kind of that's why I kind of like a little bit of slightly lighter color than black. But I mean, black looks nice. I think they look nice. It's just when you look close at the hood or whatever on my coupe anyway, you could really see that those divots from the rocks. Maybe it's just how that car was designed though. And you know, what's the deal with rocks? As soon as you get a new windshield, the stupid truck nails you with gravel. Maybe I'm just cursed. But my windshields don't stay this clear like this in the game here. They don't stay like that clear for very long. You get a new windshield that's like... And then it's like... Oh. Somebody nails you. Maybe it's just because in British Columbia they gravel the roads a lot in the winter. They look dirtier quicker, but I still think the black looks more slick. You should check out that blue-black color, though. It was really nice. Logitech G920 Racing. Is that what you got? Oh, you got a different one, didn't you? I remember you ordered a wheel. Logitech G920 is supposed to be a nice wheel, though. Mine's the Momo. I think if I catch a sale, I'll get the 923 at some point, but we'll see. We'll see what's on sale, what's on when, you know. I keep an eye on things. You know what I do? The trick. Here's the trick, you guys. You want to know the trick? Make yourself a wish list. And if you ever want to see my wish list, exclamation Amazon. Make yourself a wish list, and it'll list the prices when you posted it. So when you see there's a sale, what'll happen is it'll tell you the original price. It'll tell you what they've reduced it to and how much it's on sale for. So like Black Friday is kind of a ripoff. I've listed things on my wish list, and then notice that they upped the price before they put it on sale, because it shows me the original price on my wish list when I listed it. Nadeem, thank you for following, much appreciated. Yod, thank you for liking, much appreciated. But if you're a streamer and you want to keep everything private, which is a good idea, don't, you know, make sure you keep your address and all that stuff is not on there. Like, you know, it's only Amazon sees it. And then of course, make sure you're only choosing items from Prime, because if you oh crap, I got somebody there. if you have something that's not Prime, technically somebody can get your address from the third parties. Uh-oh. Things aren't looking good up here, dudes. Can we sneak through this? I can get past it most of the time. Although, it's not too bad when there's dirt on one side. Oh, I think I ran over the sign. There we go. Sure, they appreciate that, and they're trying to block things off. You drive past, and then you run over their sign. Yeah, you know, if you think about it, like, you know, for example, Boogie 3998 or 2998, whatever his name is. He's like a YouTuber. Oh, buying it from Best Buy. Nice. Boogie 2998 was recently thrown in jail. Well, he got arrested. I think he's out on bail right now. But he had a stalker come up to him. And, you know, he was firing a warning shot because this guy wouldn't leave him alone. And he got arrested for, you know, discharging his weapon in a residential neighborhood. So, you know, which you'd think would be okay in Arkansas, because I mean, I think that, you know, if somebody's on your land, I think you're allowed to use your weapon there. But anyway, he's charged anyway. I'm not sure what the stalker got charged. Better than running over them, that's right. But yeah, I don't know if you guys know who Boogie is, but he was like a really big dude that played a character named Francis. I'm Francis, you know, that kind of thing. He would freak out about stuff like, you know, and bust his Xbox or whatever as part of a skit, and that's what kind of got Boogie popular. He was doing these Francis skits because everybody thought he was just an entitled brat at first, but he was just playing a character. Then he like got lap band surgery or something like that, and he shed the pounds. So he looks like a different dude. You don't even recognize him from earlier. You know, he was probably, health-wise, probably needed to do something because he was saying something about his doctors that he had to do that. Or maybe he was like having some big problems. Well, hopefully you got a good deal on that, on the steering wheel. But I haven't heard that is a decent wheel, though. Like, it's got good reviews. Talked to a few people that have used the 920 and they seemed happy with it. It's kind of like the, you know, 5 years ago version of the one I'm using. Mine's like 15 years old or whatever it is. So it's kind of like the in between the current model and the old model. But the drivers are all be current on that, so that's good. There we go. We'll pass everybody. Got's in the house. I put a food picture up on the blog or on the Discord there, Got. I don't know if you saw it. Since you like food pictures. All right. Good day, A. That's right. All right. We are gonna pass this dude. We are flying. We're delivering cars, Got. I know your favorite car color is green. But if you want to enter the poll, you're going to have to choose one of the more popular colors. Green is actually pretty low on popularity. Only 7% or something like that on the thing I was reading. Say that green is their favorite car color. So black. Well, there you go, eh? So those are the four most popular colors that people choose when buying cars. And it could be because that's what's available for most cars, you know? Sometimes those factory colors are only certain ones. You like matte black. Oh, there you go. It's still black though, I guess. Alright. We are cruising. Cruising for a bruising. Alright, so what do you think? 244 kilometers. We need to sleep. There's no way we can make that, I don't think, without our guy yawning himself to death. You need to vote too? I don't know which one I'd pick there. Probably. I've owned black cars, like blue black is what I was telling you earlier. I tend to go with blue cars if I can, but I would probably choose white, gray, or silver, to be honest, because I think black shows up dirt and divots too much. But you know, if black happens to be what's available, you know, that's what I would look at, I think. Justin, thank you for liking, much appreciated. I saw a funny skit today, so I shared it with Justin and everybody. You know, if you look in the Discord, if you're in my Discord, I put it in the main chat. I thought it was funny anyway. Streamer humor though. You might have to be a streamer to get it. Blue wasn't in the top popular colors, so I unfortunately didn't have enough choices to be able to put that one up there. Although I do like blue cars. Red isn't as popular. I thought red would be more popular. Other colors fade away and easily get dirty. I disagree. I think black actually shows the color or the dirt a lot. Because I've had dark vehicles like that and they look dirty quick. Maybe it's just because in BC there's lots of dust in the air, maybe, I don't know. But I had a car that's black. Black, see, Justin agrees with that. Black shows the most dirt. The gray and silver probably you would get away with more dirt. Because the dirt kind of blends with it, you know. And we gotta find sleep spot here, guys. Our bed is red. So it's the other way around. Yeah, I think white shows a bit more, but it blends more with those two colors. So are the blues. Yeah, I had a coupe, Saturn coupe, before it was blue black, it was called. So in certain light it looked blue, and in certain light it looked black. So it's kind of a cool paint job, I think. It had automatic seat belts too. So you didn't have to put your seat belt on, it would just wrap around you. There we go. Although the lap didn't wrap around you, you still have to put the lap belt on, but the shoulder wrapped around you. I'm sure tons of people didn't ever bother with the lap, but you know, for the safest, you'd want to have the whole deal on you. How about silver? I think silver and tan cars would not show the dirt up too bad. There we go, guys. We're resting. It'll work out well because those ones scare you. Like the automatic seat belts. Oh, brown gold. I drive a brown car. Brown car, it's brown. People ask me how I get around town. I tell them I get around town in a brown car. It's brown. I was gonna post that in Discord and I forgot. That song. Have you ever heard that song before? It's on Kids in the Hall. I crushed your head. All right. We're getting places here, guys. Are you gonna buy me one of those control panels that you sent me a picture of, Justin? I bet you those are cheap as dirt, right? A custom controller like that. You know what looked like a cool controller too is they don't have it. I don't think they release it anymore, but there used to be one for Farm Simulator. Where it was like a whole extra set of controls and stuff like that. Oh, it's $350 Canadian, eh? Same price as a wheel. Holy crap. I assumed it would be about actually $100, but I didn't know. They still have the farm one? I every time I looked, it was out of stock though. Although I haven't played Farm Simulator to have any clue about that. The wheel I'm getting is the Fanatec. Fanatec's are more than that. That's just the engine. I guess it depends on the model you get though. Some of those wheels are $2,000. I saw one guy had a setup where he had a Fanatec wheel. He had 3 55-inch TVs around him. And he was in a racing chair. So he was totally immersed. But yeah, I guess you gotta be, if you're gonna be getting a expensive wheel like that and all these TVs and stuff like that, you better be into racing games, eh? But it reminded me of you know, when you go to the arcade and some of those ones that you sit inside. By the way, if you want to see my dinner today, I put a picture in the food section of my Discord. I don't often take pictures of my dinner, but today I did. I had Earl's dinner. Steak, surf and turf. And I had a Caesar, because it's Caesar Sunday. It was good. It was very delicious. They don't have indoor dining. They have kind of it set out on the lawn of the Earls, so I got to eat outside there on the lawn. Got kind of a tent set up. They have some picnic tables, that kind of thing. If you ever been to an Earls, they look all the same, so anybody that's familiar with Earls can imagine it, I'm sure. They have an extra tent though. This Earls normally has an outdoor patio that's tented, And then they had an extra tent as well. Arn Singh, thank you for liking. Grace earlier for following and liking, much appreciated. And Haley, thank you for liking. You have a Canadian flag? Yeah, there's lots of Canadian flags around here. We're in Canada. That one's an enormous Canadian flag, actually, that I took a picture of. That one would be way bigger than me. They take that one down, it's probably a couple people have to handle it because they don't want the flag dragging on the ground. I have one right here though, right behind me. Leaning on the flag. That's a Caesar, it's called, the drink. So that Caesar has like tomato juice and I don't know, whatever's in Caesar's, Worcestershire sauce. I'm not actually sure what alcohol's in a Caesar. Justin, you might know. Vodka? What do I know, right? I have no idea. And they have a pickle and a pepperoni stick in it too. Lots of salt around the edge. It is vodka. Oh, okay. I thought it might be, but I'm not 100%. I wasn't 100% sure. I don't know if there's anything else in Caesars, but there's lots of little things. Oh crap! That's not where I'm supposed to go. I'm gonna follow that guy into the X's. I don't even know what happens if you hit the X's. Inga, where's this journey going to? We're just about there. It's going from Nice to Paris. So we're in Paris right now, I guess. They had like with it all out in the lawn too. I think it's a lot of extra work for the servers because they got to travel so far to get to everywhere. How come I don't eat rice or pasta? Because I was at Earl's. That's not a rice or pasta kind of place. Earl's is kind of famous for their steaks and stuff. But I don't mind pasta or rice. Is that a steak? Yeah, there's a steak in that picture. It's like surf and turf. It's shrimp, steak and shrimp. Or I guess it's prawns technically. There we go here, guys. We're delivering it. And we're gonna get some more stuff to haul. 3 trucks for everybody that's in this map. Where's the... Oh, there it is. Okay. Holy crap, man. I can't pull that in from there. I'll have to go in the other way. I ate a lot than you. You ate more than me. Well, Earl's is expensive, so you don't want to go too crazy there, you know. Oh crap, I lined her up with the wrong spot. Let's go like that. You like shrimp? You mean shrimp or do you mean prawns? There, if we go hard now, we should be able to hopefully get it to where we need. So turn it. Crap, we can't turn it because we don't have enough room, but have to straighten her out. There we go, we got her. Excellent! Look at that, guys. Awesome sauce. Haul some car batteries for $40 a kilometer. Empty pallets, used packaging. Oh, here's the recipe. So 3.4 cups of Mott's Clamato, 1.5 ounce of vodka, teaspoon of Worcestershire sauce, 4 dashes of Tabasco, celery salt, the rim, dash of seasoning salt, green pickles, pepper, beans, pickled asparagus, and lemon wedge of stock of celery. They also had a pepperoni stick and a pickle, but they had the rest of that stuff too. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to eat the pepperoni stick after. It was kind of like hard, so I didn't really want it, but all right, what do we got? Oh, vaccines. We're gonna take the vaccines, man. $75 a kilometer. Always, medical stuff is always like $70 plus per kilometer. So if you're playing this game, set it to price per distance, click your town, and then look at what's at the top, because those are usually the best. Sounds like a Bloody Mary. Well, I don't know. It's called Caesar for me. I don't know. I have them so often that I can't remember the last time I had one, to be honest. Isn't Bloody Mary the same thing as a Caesar? Alright, let's go get the cargo here. Holy cow, it's 100 kilometers away. Alright. Yeah, it was pretty good. Slightly different. Oh, okay. Did I tell you that I had some mead, you guys? The other day? I went to the liquor store and I bought some mead, and it was kind of like a cider. A little bit stronger than a cider, but it was good. It tasted like, you know, like a slightly stronger version of a like cider to me. But I never had mead before. Hard to find. I had to go to a private liquor store for it. The government one didn't have any. They said they could get some, but they would have to order a case of it. But I found a place that had some mead. You know, that's what they're drinking all the time in Assassin's Creed. So I was kind of curious what alcohol made out of honey tastes like. I mean, it really is just them adding the flavor, I think, you know, because I got one that was like citron and something. Case is cheap. Yeah, but if I don't know I like it, I don't want to order a case. I'd get the one I had before. It was from some Vancouver meadery. Brett and Amanda, thank you for liking. I haven't tried the... I got a bottle of... that looks like a wine bottle with Saskatoon in it. I haven't tried that yet. Have it sometime. The... But I didn't mind the cider version of it. Yod, thank you for sharing. Much appreciated. We are cruising. We're gonna go get the vaccines, guys, because they pay $75 a kilometer. So heck yeah. It's all about earning the money in this game, you know. Although, you know, it'd be cool if they let you build a house or something like that. Have you ever tried mead got? You like the margaritas? Apparently there's, when I was talking to the liquor store person, there's one mead that they have, but they were out of stock, and that tasted like, what she said it was like, oh, what are those things called? Margaritas? No, not margaritas, I don't know. It was like something like that. One of those drinks, anyway. It might have been margarita. Maybe next time I'll try that one. There's one that was green tea and lime, and then there was one that was like citron and orange. And the citron and orange one was I like that one. The other one was alright, but I definitely preferred the citron and orange one. Hope your weekend is great. Well, now that you're here, Yacht, of course it is. Look at the big plane, man, right there. Flying under a plane. We're rolling in the money here in this game with 132 drivers on my crew. Cyclone was telling me that it's actually a harder grind on Euro than it is on American, because they pay less for their big runs in Euro. So he thought that was pretty good that I had a big crew for my trucking business in the game here. Oh. We almost went down the wrong alley. By the way, those that are interested in the hockey highlights, they're up. I put instead of, usually I have my star character as the cover thumbnail, but this time I chose Falcon as the cover. This time I'm heading for to pick up medical vaccines, Brett, because they're $75 a kilometer. So I'm just grabbing them there just down the street here. So I put that up earlier today. I also put I actually learned the term. I looked it up. The term for two-wheeling is called skiing. you know, sidewall skiing, and um, I put that scene where I was skiing as my clip for yesterday's stream. Is it COVID vaccines? I don't know. It doesn't really specify. They actually had an event in this game at one point, I guess, before I started playing it, where you actually did transport COVID vaccines as a show of support or whatever the heck it was about. You look at these medical ones, man. $75 a kilometer, $53 a kilometer. So, you know, we could bring that one over, but since this one's 75, you know, it pays way better. The same distance, but way better. So there you go. Solomon, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Alright, so we will go and grab the vaccines here. Only single trailer too, and $75. That's pretty impressive. Usually medical vaccines are 2 trailers. Oh, yeah, 2 trailers total. Now we got 9 hours game time to get that till we deliver it. I'm hauling them. Where am I hauling them to? So look. So it's Paris to Bordeaux, also in France. So I don't know. That's a coastal city. So, you know, it's possible it could be going to, you know, Canada or the US, I guess, after. Alright, we gotta make sure we look because we don't want to smash them. Fragile ones take way more trailer damage. There we go. Miranda, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Thank you for everybody for following, like, share, all that stuff helps a lot, you guys. Thank you so much. And don't forget to enter the poll. Find out what your favorite colors the car is. As a collective, we'll see which one wins the vote. There we go. Did you guys see the thing with Ricky Schroeder today? He was like fighting, well, he wasn't fighting, but he's arguing with a Costco employee. Because he didn't want to put his mask on, and Costco in California is still following mask laws kind of thing. So he was trying to call out for a boycott of Costco. You don't know who Ricky Schroeder is? He was like a child actor. He was in Silver Spoons back in the day, you know. Show about a spoiled rich kid. I guess now he's a spoiled rich adult. I don't know. Like the poor dude at Costco just trying to do his job is whatever he's told to do. Has to deal with some oddhead ex-celebrity or whatever. I don't know if Ricky Schroeder's done anything in years, to be honest. But that's got to be annoying. That's the thing that sucks about retail. I'm sure Justin, his wife, probably has some good stories of people being a-holes. She was working in that type of business for a while. I don't know, she's probably taking a break right now. But most people that have worked in any form of retail, fast food, and all that customer service, there's usually some butthole customer that ruins your day at some point. I think, it almost should be a requirement for people to work in those industries at some point as well, because that's where you really learn how people treat each other, and then maybe you treat people better, Robertini, thank you for liking. New up north, thank you for liking. Earlier, Randa, thank you for following, of course. And Solomon for following, and of course Yod for liking. Customers always right? No, they're not always right. You don't know God, but in Canada and the US, there's some people that are really nasty to people that work in those industries, Like a guy was mad because they throw tantrums, right? They're mad because like their burger's not done quite right, so they'll throw their milkshake and their food on the customer service person. That's not right. You don't do that. Let them fix the order or whatever, but there's no need to be an a-hole. But like people do that. They'll throw a drink right into a drive-through window at the person because of some little thing, Like people are kind of abusive to others, And there's no reason why you should ever do that. If the restaurant messes up your order, the restaurant messes up your order. You go in there and you politely ask them to fix it, and I guess if they don't, then maybe you bring it up with a manager or whatever, but there's no need to ever scream at them or be abusive, right? They're not getting paid enough to put up with that. But people are like that, though. They do that. Vinicus, thank you for liking, much appreciated. And the thing is that a lot of people don't realize this, but sugar works better than vinegar. Screaming at somebody is less likely to get you what you want than being nice. You could be an angry customer, but if you're polite and controlled the whole time versus like freaking out and yelling at a person, they're more likely, if you're treating them with respect, they're more likely to hear your story and help you out than if you're a jerk. I used to work as a phone support agent for a computer company as well as an internet company, and some customers are super rude, and they start being rude to you like that, then you just like then you kind of almost dig in, and you're almost less likely to help them. When I worked for a computer company, somebody phoned in and they were very nice and they said that, you know, they had left their window open and their sprinkler hit their computer and basically zapped it, so it was no more good. And they're wondering if there's anything I could do at all. Like, they kind of figured that it was probably a write-off, but they had just purchased it. And because they were so polite, you know, I checked with a supervisor. I said, you know, here's the situation. They said, yeah, send them a refurbished computer. And that was probably a customer earned for life. You're not rude to waiters? That's good. But there is a lot of people that are very rude to waitresses and waiters and service industry in general. You know, they, you know, people, at least people in around North America will often think they're better than other people, and then they just treat them crappy. You know, just complaining. You complain to the waitress, and you know, one thing to know, if you're at a place where there's food being served, you know, whether it's fast food or you know, normal slow food, you know, just keep in mind they're handling your food. You know, you want to be nice to them because it's not unheard of. If somebody's a jerk, oh man, if somebody's a jerk, they might tamper with your food, you know, and you'd never know. You know, somebody gives you a spit burger, you know, because you were, oh geez, 2 speeding tickets in a row. So, you know, like, I've heard of that before. If they get caught, they're in trouble. But you know, there's people that'll stick their finger in the person's food and then spit in it, you know, then kind of cover it up. I would never do something like that, but I mean, some people, you know, they've had enough. If somebody's treating them brutal like that, you know, you might wind up yourself something gross in your food. And then they laugh at you. I remember in high school hearing about this one guy who peed in the soup. And then was laughing and watching the person eat it. And that's really gross, but you know, it happens. That's why you want to be nice to the people who are serving you food. That's also a reason why Donald Trump was actually notorious for getting fast food too, because it's already pre-made. He didn't trust you know, that people wouldn't tamper with his food, right? And although I've heard, somebody was telling me, I maybe it was in the stream here or something like that, but somebody was saying that they read that, and I don't know if it's true, you have to confirm this yourself, they read that often the Secret Service and all that, when the president or whatever goes to eat, the Secret Service will actually take over the restaurant. You know, like the staff just sit back, and then of course they bring their White House chefs in to use the facilities. So it's actually cooked by somebody that they trust, and that makes sense if that's the case, because I imagine with a president and stuff like that, they, you know, they're worried about somebody trying to poison it or something like that, so they probably try to keep it as safe as possible, or maybe they keep an eye on things, that kind of thing. In Trump 2024, I'm Canadian, has nothing to do with me, man. But as far as it goes, I can imagine any president, doesn't have to be Trump, but any president, they probably keep an eye on you know, if somebody else that's not their usual is cooking, they probably keep an eye on things so that there's no trouble. But as far as it goes, even us normal folks that aren't political figures, you know, be nice to your servers, because you might wind up with spit in your food if you're not. You know, if you're gonna complain, make sure you're nice about it. You know, you don't wanna get them thinking you're the biggest butthole and deserve to be some retribution on you. Usually too, for slowness, it's not their fault. Like sometimes it might be, but sometimes it's because they're understaffed or the kitchen is backed up, you know, that kind of stuff. Clyde, thank you for sharing. Alan, or Alum, thank you for liking. Thank you for using the notify. But yeah, it's a funny world out there. Be nice to people. That's the bottom line. Doesn't matter what they're doing. They're your clerk at a grocery store, or they're serving you food or whatever. Their phone rep, you know, they're people too, and you don't need to ruin their day. People are even weird to us streamers here, you know, sometimes. You know. So you don't need to ruin anybody's day. Although I've been fairly lucky. Although if you read the comments on ads, man, people get a little bit brutal. But in the stream, most of the time, I haven't had to really deal with anything excessively nasty. Although some female streamers do get a lot of abuse from people. So be nice. They get a lot of weird PMs, like private messages. Be nice to them and all that. So you'll find that a lot of streamers don't even look at their private messages. Yeah, I have a great stream every time you're on. Well, thank you for being here, Brett. Much appreciated, of course. The more people I have to talk to and it makes it easier for me, actually. But sometimes I'm just got a lot of people watching, and then I gotta come up with stuff to talk about. Or, as some people like to say, a boot. But yeah, we're transporting the vaccines here. Whatever vaccine you want it to be, it can be your favorite. Have one for everybody that wants it. I got my vaccine shot, the first shot, there a few days ago. They're opening it up a bit more here in Canada. They're more lowered the age limit, you know, so another I think group can sign up now. I'm not sure if it's right to the bottom. I heard that Pfizer is approved for 12-year-olds in some places. Looking forward to my second shot. I think I think that it'll be good because, then, you're that much more protected. When you get that second shot. But the first one, even a lot, provides some degree of protection. So I'm glad I got my first one, and of course the second one, when it comes, I'm looking forward to getting it. Excuse me. But hopefully they have good supply, you know, of all the things for everybody that wants one can get one. And then of course they reach the numbers that they need to reach for everybody to be more or less safe, you know, or safer. I guess you're not completely safe, but you know, because if most people have the vaccine, then you know it's less likely to spread, right? And some of those variants are pretty ugly. So it'll be good. It'll be good when the numbers are reached. And of course, hopefully, they also take care of the countries that you know that can't afford to bring in the vaccines like the first ones did, because they got to take care of the variants before more variants happen. Because the more places where there's big clusters of people getting it, then there's more chance of a variant occurring. And that's normal. I mean, you know, anytime you're talking a virus thing, that can happen. You're waiting for herd immunity? Well, I don't know. You know, as far as it goes, it depends on who's around you, right? But believe me, you don't want that stuff. Whatever you're worried about, getting it is worse. So hopefully nothing happens to you while you wait for it. But you know, there's lots of people dying. Lots of people that are healthy and survive, but then they're affected for a long, long time. You know, some people will never work again. So, you know, you are taking your chances. Your choice, but you're taking your chances. And of course, you're also taking some other people's chances too, because there's some people that can't get it. And if you carry it, even if you don't get sick, you could potentially spread it to somebody without even knowing it, and then you could kill them. So just be considerate of your decisions, of course. You know, if you're not sure about it, read about it, talk to your doctor, all that stuff, right? But hopefully everybody manages to get out of this in the best of health. Like, copy noted. Oh crap, I almost got that car. We're yawning again. It's raining, man. It's raining, man. Hallelujah. Alright. True though, you know, even the people that take the virus, they're not, you know, some people it doesn't click. Like, you know, they don't grow the antibodies they need. And so even people with the virus, like for example, if your parents, you know, you said they got the antivirus or the vaccine, I mean, if they got the vaccine, but that doesn't mean that it 100%, you know, that they develop the antibodies, because there's the occasional one that doesn't develop the antibodies. So it's potential, if you don't get it, for example, in a worst case scenario, that you could catch it from somebody, not even know you have it, and then you could give it to them, and if they didn't develop the antibodies, it could literally put them in the hospital. I mean, for most people that are vaccinated, if the antibodies kicked in, they could still get COVID, but their case, like, they won't get it as bad. So, you know, it might save them from being in the hospital, kind of thing. So that's what I read about it anyway. some different things. There's some talking to some doctor or whatever, that kind of stuff. Looks like there's a rest stop coming up that we can stop at. Just off the road, it looks like, too. That's good. Satya, thank you for following. Much appreciated. You don't trust doctors. Well, you know, maybe you should become a doctor, and then then you can trust yourself. I mean, as far as it goes, I mean, the doctors, it's worldwide. The doctors seem to be the medical experts seem to be in agreement that it's worth getting the vaccine. So it's not like, a single doctor just trying to scam you or something like that, Manuel, thank you for following. Much appreciated. If you ran into one bad doctor, maybe there's not so good. That's whatever, there's going to be an occasional bad doctor out there. But, it's not the whole medical community. Some science. Yeah, science, man. Did you like science class when you were in school? I remember one time when I was in school, I did a report on something. I got 100% on that report. I was pretty happy about that. Didn't do 100% of all my reports, but I remember that one. That was a big paper. Got 100%. Science can come in handy sometimes. Biology was the best. Did you get to dissect stuff, Brett? As far as it goes, I remember dissecting frogs. And worms. I remember dissecting a worm. Although I can't say biology was my favorite. I was kind of more physics and chemistry. Because biology was a lot of memorization. And whereas physics and chemistry are a little more mathematical. So I think it, considering, keep in mind my university education is computer science, which is also very mathy. So, that's probably why it was more, more up my alley. Although, technically, drama is a lot of memorization, so I guess there's that, too, because that was my second major. But, for some reason, I just did better in chemistry and physics. That paper I was talking about was a physics paper. But yeah, different science is kind of cool. Wendy, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Am I good in mathematics? I guess. I mean, I've done some very hard mathematics courses. I'm not as good as, like some people, I'm sure, but I'm probably better than some people as well, as far as math goes. The as far as the because a lot of people aren't very good at math. Not science. But you trust God, not science. Well, I mean, you gotta You gotta trust some science, right? Do you think the Earth is flat? You know, because some people believe that. So, you know, there's, you know, if you believe that the Earth is round, then that's some science, right? Headed to bed, watch a game tomorrow night. Thank you so much for being here. 10:40 in Missouri, northern Missouri. Yeah, thank you, Brett, for being here, and you have yourself a good sleep. Much appreciated. And thank you, of course, to everybody who's here. Don't forget to hit that follow button, that like, that share. Nada, nada. Thank you for liking. Much appreciated. I'm not sure what that means, Shara. Is that somebody's name? Courtney. Hello, Courtney. How are you? And Ishara, welcome. Everybody, thank you for being here. All right, guys, we're making her. We're shaking and baking. There's got jagging it, baby. Zeno, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. By the way, you guys, Zeno here is Canadian. He actually only lives a few hours away from where I live. He's a BC guy too. British Columbia. British Columbia power, man. Although I guess it could be seaweed in the area too. I don't know. Controlling Zeno's account. I assume it's Zeno himself though. But they're both from BC, so I mean it's all good, right? BC is always busy. I don't know if it's always busy. Zeno there is from the lower mainland, so it's probably pretty busy where he is. Dunes, eh? All right, guys. We are 30 kilometers away from delivering these vaccines. We get in here. Good. I was hoping that other guy wasn't too close. Because objects in the mirror may be closer than they appear. You know it. Yeah, that picture of the steak was from today. Surf and turf, man. Good stuff. You know, Zeno that's here, he might have eaten at Earl's before. Looks toasted. It was really good. They did a good job with it. I think there's a searing technique that they use. No, it was like medium rare. Although it's closer to medium. Yeah, Earl's is a Canadian chain. I think Earl started in Edmonton or something like that, if I remember right, or maybe Calgary. I'm not sure. It's in Alberta anyway. They have the best steak. I'm not sure if they have the best steak, but it's one of the better ones I find of the ones I've had. I haven't had all the top steakhouses though or anything. You know, it's expensive to eat steak out at a restaurant. What's the best seafoods? Hey, Sammy, thank you for liking. I'm not sure what the best seafood place is. I know there's a place called White Spot that has pretty good seafood sometimes. They use something called Ocean Wise to certify that the places they buy their seafood from are sustainable sources. So, you know, responsible fisheries and stuff like that, or not fisheries, but fishing companies. You like lobsters? There you go. I don't have lobster very often. I've had it like once or twice maybe, not very often. I don't have the big bucks like you got. Most of the time I'm eating cheap stuff. No lobsters. Lobsters are pricey here. Although if you're in Eastern Canada, supposedly it's a little bit cheaper. Although I tell you, one time I went to this place called the Crab Pot in Seattle. And boy, that was good. It was a little bit expensive, but they gave you a giant bucket full of like crab legs and different things like scallops or whatever, you know. I don't know what was all in it, but potato, corn. It was quite yummy. Right on the water. If you're ever in Seattle, the Crab Pot is where it's at. Hopefully they're still open these days. It's been a while since I've been to Seattle. But you know, it doesn't get any fresher because they're right on the water, right? There we go. First try. You like salad? There you go. That's the thing, on the interior, we got to bring it in a bit further. Hater, thank you for liking. It's Wrath earlier, Sammy. Lizit, I think. Thank you for following. So, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Well, Seattle's right on the ocean, right? So, Seattle and Vancouver have a little easier access to the fresher stuff. Excuse me. You know, whereas like, you know, I live several hours inland. Raul, thank you for liking, much appreciated. What's this company got? Anything good? $68 a kilometer for hot chemicals. Sounds a big trip. That's not too bad. Take that one. Yeah, Seattle's a nice city. I think we gotta go to the other side here or something. What the heck? There we go. I don't know. Is it the end here of the truck? Yeah, that must be the end of it. Yeah, the farther inland you get though, like if you get into Alberta and Saskatchewan and stuff like that, it's not going to be as fresh, right? I mean, there's some, they freeze it and then bring it in, but you know, you can get it, if you live right on the water, you can get it right there. Because you're right by the ocean, right? We're going to deliver the hot chemicals now, guys. If you haven't followed yet, please do so. It'd be appreciated. Hit that like. If you have a friend that you want to tag, feel free to tag them in. We'd love to meet them. And of course, if you want to share to your feed, that'd be awesome too. Because then, you know, more people find out about the stream. I'm a variety streamer. I play multiple games. Playing a lot of Euro Truck Simulator lately, but I do other ones. Hockey on Fridays. I've been playing some baseball and Assassin's Creed and all sorts of things in the past year. How far is my place? It takes a good while to get to Seattle from here because there's a border crossing in between. But you know, like for example, one time I left in the morning and I got there by about 8 o'clock at night. Because just the traffic was really slow and the border was slow. And then other times I've gone there in probably 6 hours or something like that. So kind of depends how fast things are going. Especially with the border crossing. You know, when you're going from Canada to US or US to Canada, it's a bit slower. And you can take a plane if you want to. Although I'm not sure if there's a direct flight from where I am to Seattle, but more likely I'd wind up flying to Vancouver first and then changing planes and then going to Seattle. And that would just seem like it's the three amigos. Hey amigo, how are you today? Yeah, I don't know. There's certain places that you can go direct, right? But for where I am, you're looking at probably mostly going to Vancouver or Calgary first. There we go. Although there's some flights that go to places like some places in the States too. But you're good? Well, it's good to hear. How long by plane? I don't know. Vancouver and Seattle are only a couple hours apart. So, like driving, you could probably, if the border was not slow, then it would be pretty quick to go from Vancouver to Seattle. But it's like the traffic going through the border is what slows you down, and they got to talk to you and stuff like that. And by plane, you're still crossing a border, so they still got to talk to you, and you got to go through customs and all that stuff. Is it expensive by plane? Yeah, it's a lot more than it would be driving. You know, if I drive to Seattle, I could probably do it on one gas tank. And, you know, so that's like $70 or whatever. But if you're taking a plane, you'd be spending probably $400 or $500 at least. Norredden, thank you for liking. Cole Winder, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Amigo, Ed Patrick, thank you all for your likes. Much appreciated. You watched it? Was it good or is it... I haven't watched it in a long time. It might be terrible, you know, as far as... Maybe it's not a very good movie now. I don't know. I just remember the title and them singing the Three Amigos. So... hopefully you found some funny parts. I don't know. Older movies, you know, sometimes you remember them as being better than they are. It's very funny? Okay, good. Because I haven't watched it in a long time, so... Gott hasn't watched it. I thought Gott's seen every movie. You hate classics? You know, Gott, there's a secret to Hollywood. Most of it's not original stuff. Like, a lot of it, the ideas have been done before. So, you know, when you're watching a modern movie, often it's something that's a redone or based off of something that's old anyway. So, back in the day, a movie, you know, could still be very entertaining. You know, like Amigo just watched it and thought it was funny. So, you know, there you go. Some movies get remade faster than others, though, but there is a lot of movies that have been done over and over. You know, like look at Robin Hood. How many times that thing's been redone? Oh crap! Oh, we hit the stupid thing. Got 7% damage. That's a pretty tough board, eh? Is that better than Austin Powers? I don't know. You know, the thing is that things being better than other things is always subjective. So as to whether you'd think it's better, I don't know. I liked Austin Powers better myself because obviously I've watched it more, but I mean, you know, it's because I like Spy. Oh crap, we're gonna hit this guy. Oh, that's so close. Why has he stopped? Oh, there we go, now we know. You know, some people will like Austin Powers better. Some people will like, you know, Jim Carrey stuff better. Some people will like Seth Rogen stuff better. You know, everybody's got a little different sense of humor, right? So as to whether this is better than that, it's always subjective, you know? Like you said, you don't like movies that are complex, right? And some people like movies that are complex, and you like comedies and certain comedies. Like before you arrived, I was just talking about The Naked Gun and about Airplane, those are like classic shows starring a very funny Canadian named Leslie Nielsen. A lot of people really love those movies, and probably would probably be classed as better than, by many, as better than Austin Powers. But you know, others might not be able to you know, appreciate the old humor that it presented. You know, Naked Gun was very physical, though. You might like it, you know, but it's hard to say, right? You said you don't like classic movies. I don't know if you've ever seen those movies. There's a few Naked Gun movies now, and Airplane. Airplane is on the top of a lot of people's lists as being a very funny movie. MK, thank you for liking, much appreciated. Like Airplane was that's a really old show. Same thing with other things like back in that era too, right? There was like Mel Brooks had that Spaceballs movie. That was a very funny movie. I actually kind of wanted to watch Spaceballs again. You know, that's kind of a spoof of Star Wars. You know, there's starring Rick Moranis, The Breakfast Club. You know, I'm just talking about things, God. That doesn't mean I'm necessarily recommending it every time, you know. I mean, you know, you might want to watch Airplane or Naked Gun and just see what it's like to see if you like it, but as to whether you will like it, I have no idea. I don't think you'll like The Breakfast Club, although that is a very popular movie. I don't think it's your style, but you know, it's really hard to know. Nisha, thank you for following, much appreciated. I think you'd probably find Breakfast Club to be kind of slow. You saw Naked Gun, did you like it? It's not Steve Martin, it's Leslie Nielsen. Leslie Nielsen is a Canadian guy. Steve Martin's an American guy from Saturday Night Live. Steve Martin does have white hair as well, but it isn't actually him. But Leslie Nielsen was also, he was Naked Gun and he was in Airplane. He was in some other stuff too, but those are those real big ones. O.J. Simpson was in The Naked Gun too. If you remember him, he got in trouble for murdering somebody. Although I guess he got released. You know, they didn't actually prove it. Jasper, thank you for following, much appreciated. Or Elon Musk made a joke. You saw it a long time ago. Do you remember anything about it? It's kind of silly physical comedy, isn't it? So, and Leslie Nielsen did a great job with that role. He's also very funny in Airplane. There was a couple Airplane movies too. Carmel, thank you for liking, much appreciated. Yeah, I guess there could be some similarities. I wouldn't be surprised if Mike Myers, who made Austin Powers, may have enjoyed Leslie Nielsen's comedies back in the day. You know, I'm sure there's some influence. You know, even if you think of that Strange Brew movie, I'm sure that Mike Myers was influenced by those guys too. Because if you look at Wayne's World and you look at Bob and Doug McKenzie, I mean, there's probably some influence there. Like, because Wayne's World was after Bob and Doug, so I wouldn't be surprised if Mike Myers grew up watching SCTV. And you know, he's a very proud Canadian, so he probably would have been familiar with Leslie Nielsen as well. There we go. Man, I can't believe this hitting this board that's going up and down. How much damage it did to our truck. It was amazing. It did lots of damage, guys. Just like you, very brother. I'm happy to be a Canadian. I tell ya. Canada's a nice place to live in. People are very lucky, even if they don't really like whatever's politically or whatever. You know, I'm sure most of them can appreciate how lucky they are to be living in Canada. You know, because people are always unhappy about something, but you know, that's why they're always changing the politicians, because you know, sometimes they'll like one guy and then they'll get sick of him, then they'll like another guy, that kind of thing. You're unhappy. Well, you know, I'm sure that you could be in worse countries, you know, worse politically countries or whatever. You know, you're on the internet. You're able to talk freely. As far as I understand, I don't know. You know, there's some countries where you might be worried about your house getting blown up, you know? So in that way, you're lucky. Rose Sahab, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Or you could be, you know, you could be starving. I don't know. You look like you enjoy some nice foods, that kind of thing. So there's always worse places. Suraj, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Alright, you guys, we're getting places though. Still 731 kilometers. I should be thankful than not complaining. Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't know. It's hopefully you're right to be able to complain. But, you know, as far as it goes, I mean, some countries, you know, they don't fool around, man. You know, if you say something against the government in some places, they will make you disappear. So I don't know what your country's like, but you know, that's what I'm saying. There's always worse. Unless you're in one of those places that, you know, is one of those really bad ones, I guess. Jasper, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. But yeah, in Canada here, us Canadians, and I think for the most part Americans too, you know, they're very lucky for being there. I'm not as familiar with other countries, so I don't know what it's like for many people watching what their countries are like. But I'm sure that there's some situations that are pretty bad out there. You know, we don't even get to see a lot of stuff, you know, for some things that are happening in some places. You know, some countries won't let nothing, you know, no information leave the country because they don't want to look bad. There might be some really nasty things that we never ever hear about. You know, like for example, if you visit North Korea as a tourist, you're only allowed in certain places. You know, they'll escort you to where you're allowed, and if you get caught out of those areas, I think that there's a good chance you could be thrown in jail. Because I've heard of you know, somebody stealing a painting in a hotel or something like that, you know, and they were going to bring it back to North America. They got caught and they got thrown in jail. So, you know, you got to always be aware. If you're visiting a country, you got to be aware of you know, the customs and things that you might be able to get away with in your country may not be the same as the other country. Mitten, thank you for liking, much appreciated. I think it's always good to kind of read up on, when you're visiting a country, kind of try to read up on the culture too, you know, so that you're not, you know, doing anything that's really offensive, you know. Or at least try to do your due diligence in trying to, you know where you're going, I guess. He's just blocking it. Crap. They like blocking things, don't they? There's always something going on right where I'm turning. Oh, I got flipped upside down, eh? Uh-oh. We rubbed the rail, I got stuck. Excuse me. Man, thirsty today after being out in the sun. Oops. Turn that off, eh? The V. There we go, we're getting places. That was a quick toll booth, eh? I can hear your heartbeat. Oh man, that guy's tired. Man, he's always tired, eh? I was enjoying driving during the day too. All the birds up there, eh? You know, there's a bird in Canada called the Canadian goose. If you ever run into one, don't go near it. They are pretty fierce. People think they're a cute bird, but they're not very nice. They're the a-hole of birds. Gundo, thank you for following. Much appreciated. I actually watched a video one time of a I don't know, somebody shared it. There was like eagle fighting a Canadian goose. And that buggering Canadian goose did pretty good against him. Wound up getting away. 'Cause you'd think that eagle would rip that thing apart, but no. Those Canadian goose are something fierce. I saw a video of one chasing a lion. They'll, you know, you get between it and its family, they're turned into real fierce birds, fierce attack birds. Shout out from Alberta. Well, hello Alberta. How are you today, Mulligan? I'm in British Columbia myself. I grew up in Alberta though. I spent some time there. Went to university there. Don't mess with geese, that's right. Don't mess with any wildlife, to be honest. I saw a guy chasing a deer. I was like, that guy's nuts. Getting tired, need to find a place to rest. Alright, next gas station we're pulling in and sleeping for our character. Yeah, you always see, because I used to drive through Jasper, you know, and you'd see people, all these tourists, all like getting out of their cars and going near all these wild animals. One good swipe of the antlers, you're done. That's right. There was a falls there too. A lot of tourists would climb on you know, they'd go past the barrier and then to take a picture and they'd fall in. They'd lose a tourist there every year. Barrick, thank you for following. Much appreciated. That's one thing this game is lacking though, this truck driving games. The there's no animals ever. Drive buses at the crazy speeds. Yeah, I have full rules set on, you know. So it's like I gotta get tickets constantly. Unintentionally, of course. I'm trying to follow the speed limit most of the time. But wonder if I should go to the left there. See how if there's any other. Yeah, looks like it'll be a while. I should probably go left. Yeah, there's lots of people that play this game all sorts of different ways though, that's for sure. But yeah, I got the full rules on. Kind of a relaxing game, you know, you just hang out, chat with people. Yeah, in the day of you know, the thing with Instagram and all that stuff too, it's even worse. Because all these people are taking risks to take pictures for a good internet photo. Say it like Malawin. Alright, we could probably go to this gas station right here. Oh, we got a ticket for not sleeping. Wonder if we're pulled in too tight here. I don't know if I've ever actually watched a bus stream. Mulowin. Oh, there you go. That's like a mod though, I guess. You can mod the game so you could drive buses instead. I'm playing the vanilla game too with the included DLC. Gonna turn the trailer off so I can get the engine thing. Already got one ticket. Yeah, you know, that's the cool thing about Facebook. You get to meet people from all over the world. You know, they get to talk to people all the way across the world, you know. Some people are from here, some people are from there. Pretty cool. You know, if I wouldn't have been on Facebook, you know, I wouldn't have, I'm sure I wouldn't have got to meet half the people from across the world as I have. That's always nice. Like when I was on Mixer, it was very mostly Canada and USA that I talked to there. Like most people on Mixer were North American. But with Facebook, I tell you, man, all over the world. It's always cool hearing where people are from. So, you know, some are a few hours away, some are across the continent, some are across the world. Hello, Kristen. How are you? What did you have for dinner? You heard me talk about my steak, so you know I gotta quiz you for your dinner now. But yeah, it's definitely good. You make sure you enjoy whatever game you enjoy. You know, you find somebody's doing streaming that you like. You know, make sure you follow them. You type exclamation notify, you'll get an alert. Spaghetti, nice, and pizza, nice. What kind of pizza was it? You get the Canadian pizza? You know, mushroom, pepperoni, and ham, I think. Now you want dessert? Need some good cheesecake or Timmy's donut? The cheesecake donut they got there right now. Hawaiian. Oh, there you go. Hawaiian's good pizza. Classic pepperoni. Well, it's close to Canadian pizza. Funny, I had a big steak. But you know, kind of thirsty, be extra thirsty because you're in the sun. You know. Donuts in the house, the white powdered ones. Those are good. Is that the ones with jelly inside? We're getting places, guys. We've got to drive at night, though. We're at 2:30 in the morning in the game. See the time on the top right of that box in the bottom right. Steak is always good. Do they have Earls where you are? I don't know if they stretch very far. No jelly, but that sounds yummy. Oh, we got to turn right here. There we go. A little more clumsy of a turn because it's night. Nothing rescue me. Red? Oh, come on. I didn't see the red light. Man. You have the whole ETS2 map and you drove 5,000 kilometers. It took you 6 hours or so. Holy crap. I think the longest drive I've done is 3 hours about. Where was that? That was like something like, we look at the map. You kind of do. It was from here, I think, Marseille to Istanbul. And because these countries aren't open on mine, because that that's not officially released, it kind of goes up and over. So I think that one took about 3 hours. But yeah, the some of them can take a while. That's for sure. Do you use the mods too? Yeah, I have Iberia. Oh, pro mods. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just using base game plus the map DLCs plus the cargo DLCs, and then I also have accessories, tires, and a couple packs like where truck upgrades, kind of thing. All the official stuff basically that kind of looked sort of interesting to me. So I got the FH pack, tuning pack, and the Scania tuning pack. Goodyear, Michelin's. Holy, slow down here. And then the Canadian paint jobs. So like if you look around inside the truck, for example, there's some things like that. Some things on the outside of the truck. Mostly just cosmetics, essentially. That's part of the FH tuning pack for this one. You watch next time it's DLC comes out. There's always a good sale right around then. So in that aspect, it's pretty awesome. Getting things for a good deal. Although I paid full price for some of the things, of course. Iberia I bought full price because it just came out. Colorado I paid for full price for the American truck one as well. Yeah, I got the Scania that is 730 horsepower, and then I decided to try this Volvo out for the 750. It isn't actually much different, to be honest. So I mean, as far as it goes, I think that either truck does the job. They both stop at 90. Ryan, thank you for following. Up, thank you for following. Thank you for the likes, guys. Thank you so much. Well, that was a like from Hot Ray. Thank you. Now I forgot how to say your name again, but thank you, Mulliman, for the like as well. After all that work of getting me to pronounce it right. Like, I'm saying it the Canadian way, apparently. I don't know. But if it's any reassurance, people say my name wrong all the time. All right. Maybe catch my stream so you'll know how to say it. You know, honestly, there's streamers that I have watched for 2 years, and I don't say their names right still. You know, some reason I just pronounce it a different way because, you know, it reads differently than it's pronounced. Yeah, for my name, some people don't say it right. You know, most often they pronounce the CH as hard. Whereas, like, I say it as Shah, Paul. And, you know, some will pronounce it Cha, you know. But, I mean, you can't really, you know, I mean, you know, people are going to read it different ways, right? That's just how it goes, man. Yeah, excuse me. Shaw call, yeah, Shaw. And then call like C-A-L-L. Is how I'd write it out, S-H-A, and then I'd split it and say C-A-L-L to give a pronunciation sounding. Could have been worse though, you guys. My gamer tag before I had Shakal Star was Dog Rastafari. That would have been my streamer name if I wouldn't have lost that email. That was my OG Xbox term. Named after a Mr. Bungle song. Queen Boa, thank you for following and liking. Sarah, thank you for following as well. Much appreciated. Back watching from the Bahamas. Well, there you go. I hope the weather is nice for you, of course. It's a really nice day here, I tell you. I got to eat outside. Went to like a, you know, not a patio, but kind of had like tents on grass, I guess. There's indoor restauranting is not allowed right now in our province. You're surprised they didn't come out with ETS2 yet. 2012. Yeah, this has been out a while, eh? That's for sure. Even American Truck's been out for a few years. But I mean, they're still releasing supporting content, so there's that. I wonder if they figure it's just more work to release it separately. We got some stars for Star! Thank you so much, Alex. Much appreciated. You know, they named that currency after me, right? Before they even knew I was coming to Facebook, they named it Stars. So isn't that awesome? We got the stars. They spelled it wrong though, you know. They should put 2 R's. Like like how mine is spelled. There's actually a reason for the name. Is I was playing a game called Age of Conan at one point in the past. It was an MMO that was released by Funcom. And when I went to make my character, I was going to make Gru, which is a comic series. And they wouldn't let you take Gru. They must have known, you know, they didn't want people to be named Gru. So I took another character's name from that comic series, Shakal, and then named my guardian that. And then I also had other characters in the game called Star, or variants of Star. And so when I finished Age of Conan and got an Xbox 360, I actually decided to combine my characters' names. You're curious why they did not release a new one. I get doing all the mapping is time taking, but still, if they added newer trucks like 2020s or newer or more trucks, yeah, you know, like they must have had their reasons, I guess. Maybe they figured that, you know, what they had was good. You know, because you look at a game like The Sims or something like that, you know, they're putting out a new one, then they're basically reselling you all those content packs and stuff like that every few years. You know, fans demand, they want the babies back or whatever content they liked that they excluded from the new version, then they release it as a DLC version eventually. Then they wind up buying it again. I guess it's good in a way because, you know, they could do that and then basically rework all the same maps and sell them to you again. Because they're not obligated to necessarily just transfer the maps forward. Some companies do that though. If you think about Harmonix and Rock Band, you know, you could transfer your songs for the most part forward to the next version. You know, you pay a few bucks, but I mean, they did that even over generations of consoles, you know. So stuff transferred from Xbox 360 to Xbox One, and then from Xbox One it transferred to Series X kind of thing. You feel DLCs are companies lazy and shortcuts? It's a way for them to make extra money, that's for sure. Lolita, thank you for following, much appreciated. Yeah, a lot of, you know, it's almost like you're kind of wondering if they're holding stuff back sometimes for DLC. You know? They're, you know, the idea is they're supposed to wait till the game's gone gold. And then that's when they start building the DLC. So they could have plans for the DLC and that, but you know, because gold is when it's already sent for printing. So it makes sense that at that point they're developing new content. But you don't know if every country, or not country, every company does that. You know, sometimes the companies might, you know, might actually kind of have it half built and ready to go kind of thing. So I'm sure different companies do it different ways. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Different companies have different ways of doing things and different morals too, right? Morals. Sorry, said it wrong. Morals is something different. You know, and it's nice too if you get a good meaty piece of content too, you know. Some DLC seems like it's like kind of really tacked on. But you know, if they give you something worthwhile, you know, then it feels like you're actually getting your money's worth. I think that some companies do better at that than others. I've never been a big map buyer for games like Call of Duty. I'm sure there's a lot of work that goes into developing them, but you know, it feels like I feel like I'm getting more if, you know, like say you look at Fallout and like a big piece of DLC that they add there sometimes, you know. Like a big map and a story kind of thing. Borderlands releases decent map packs most time. Although that Moxie's Thunderdome was a very so DLC, but they had some good ones too. I got to meet Randy Pitchford once. That was pretty cool. He's the guy, big boss for Borderlands. The at the time he was promoting Aliens, Colonial Marines. I only actually played a little bit of that one. I played it a couple years after it came out. Seemed alright, but that one got slammed at the time in the media when it released because, you know, they did a slice and the slice looked so much better than the real game. And, you know, there's a little bit of controversy that they were pulling money out from Sega that was intended to be for the Aliens game, and that they're putting it into Borderlands 2 at the time. So Aliens Colonial Marines kind of flopped as a result. New Aliens Fireteam game is supposed to be coming out though. That looks like a little bit in the Left 4 Dead style, except for aliens, of course, instead of zombies. Have I ever got shot in your dick? Is that a common thing where you come from, Austin? The yeah, that Aliens fire team. If you guys haven't watched the preview, I don't know. You'll have to check it out and see if it looks like something that's interesting to you. Kind of but it kind of looks like it's very it reminds me of Left 4 Dead. And Left 4 Dead was a great game in its time. That Back 4 Blood game that's coming out too, that looks like it's in that style too of Left 4 Dead. And so that one might be kind of fun too. Gentlemen, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Alright, you guys. We have 73 kilometers to go. Look at that, it's only 56 minutes too. That's pretty awesome. Usually it's longer than the kilometers by far, but hour game time, so it's gonna be a couple minutes. Alright. You're gonna follow me? Well, thank you so much. We were just suggesting, you know, what got the guy who was talking earlier. He just watched all the Austin Powers movies. Yeah, baby. Alright, so we are almost there, guys. We're delivering the goods here. We got hot chemicals is what we're delivering. So fortunately we didn't get into any accidents on the way, because that would have sucked, getting hot chemicals everywhere. You'd wonder why they're hot on the transport, but you know, it's just that type of chemical, I guess. There you go. Exclamation notify. You want to be alerted when I go live. You happen to be on. Always nice to know. I stream every day at 7 o'clock though, so even if you 7 o'clock Pacific time. So even if you don't hear about it, because Facebook doesn't notify everybody, it's more likely to let you know if you type exclamation notify. But if you aren't notified, just check in, stop by and say, hey, how's it going? How's it going, eh? All right, we're turning here. Look at that. That police caught 3 guys. Marion, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. All right. So we are almost there. We're just speeding a bit, so slow down. We're gonna go over here. We're gonna go under the bridge. With the Chili Peppers song, you know. How's that for a smooth turn, eh? Odd chemicals incoming. We got a couple $1,000,000 already. We're gonna make some more right away here. What if I had $1,000,000? Then I'd be rich. All right. Looks like it's in here. Where do you want your hot chemicals, dudes? Dude. Over there, eh? Consider it done. Let's see if we can get her turned around somehow. Going a little bit over here. Then we will remember where we need to be. So about here, I guess. That pole's in the way, but we get her somewhat straight. A little bit over. I don't know how close we are. A little bit that way. There we go. Perfect. Hot chemicals delivered. Excellent. Don't forget to follow. Oh, excellent if you followed. Also, thumbs up. Thumbs up. What should we do with mercuric fluoride? All these chemicals, eh? $48. This one's going a bit distance, eh? Look, it's going way up there. How tired is our guy? One thing we should know, he's pretty tired. So mercuric is the best one. But I think what I'm gonna do is sleep first. Oops. So zoom in. Let's go over there. But before I do that, I'm gonna just go to the washroom real quick, guys. I will be right back. Give you some music to listen to here. Oh, my controller's there. There we go. I just gotta move this forward a bit. I'll be right back. Move the other screen. Thank you for following. Oh, for liking Lee and following package. I will be 2 seconds, guys. It won't be very long. Thank you for your patience. For those of you that had patience. There we go. I think that's pretty close to the same position, eh? This is up there, so I'm not falling down. I grabbed some water. New water. Alright. Let's drive to the spot, get the rest for our guy. My keyboard back over here. Oh, I changed let's not run into that. All right. Actually, you know where we should go? There's that garage there. Let's grab some repairs instead. Turn off one. We'll go up here. But I'm gonna go left. Did I go there? There, we'll go that way, but we're gonna go left to do it. So we get that question mark on the way. All right. Then I'll cut across here. It's telling me to go a different way, but I'm gonna go this way. There we go. Oh, wrong side. Red light. Oh, this should be over a bit, eh? There we go. Let's go bump forward. Okay, what do you think it is, guys? Recruiting agency? We'll see in 2 seconds. Oh, it's a dealer. Scania dealer. All right. We're going here. We're gonna go left. Past that rest stop. Get truck repairs, rest, and then we'll see if there's any new missions. I will go almost always for repairs if I can, because it's better. Keep the truck maintained. I guess he's waiting for me. Doesn't matter, when I get repairs I usually smash into something almost right off the bat anyway. $10,000. Alright guys, now that we're rested, if there's anything new in the job market. Yeah, still that Mercuric. I guess, you know, we can get that one maybe. Only a few bucks less. We could get maple syrup. Where's that one going? To Denmark. I'll do that one. Edge, thank you for following. Much appreciated. And Silk, thank you for sharing earlier there. Must have did that right when I was going to the washroom. Thank you so much. Let's go get the syrup, you know, because there's nothing more pleasant than a truck full of Canadian flags transporting maple syrup. I must hit the volume too, eh? There we go. Bartap, thank you for following. There we go. Aliens. Aliens. Okay, we're going right, and then we're going left. We're going to grab the maple syrup. Then we're off to Denmark. There we go. No pedestrians ever cross the street. They only walk on sidewalks here. No plowing down pedestrians here, man. This ain't Grand Theft Auto. Alright. We gotta go in here. Where's our maple syrup, eh? Round back. You got fresh fish too? And harvesting bins. This is on the back side, eh? There we go. What's maple syrup taste? It's delicious. It's especially Canadian maple syrup. We're known for that, you know, we're a big exporter of maple syrup. Get the real maple syrup, man. Holy cow. I'm sure you can get it there, though. No, maple's a tree. So they like put a tap on a tree and get the tree syrup. And then people will eat it. It's nice and sweet. You know, it goes on pancakes. You must have had pancakes before, right? If not, you're in for a treat. Pancakes with real maple syrup. I mean, there's maple extract, right? You know, if you've had syrup, it's kind of based on it. You know, the kind of same flavor, but not quite as the same. Morning, Andrew. I'm transporting maple syrup. I bet you can't imagine that. You're not sure it's authentic? If you get the real maple syrup, like the real stuff, it's really expensive. Otherwise, most of the time it's just like sugar water. Except for, you know, thicker. Sugar and whatever else they put in it. Corn syrup. But you know, like in Canada at least, a bottle of normal syrup's like $3. And then a bottle of maple syrup's like $20. Like of the pure maple, the real maple syrup, right? The big thing in Quebec, a lot of maple syrup comes from there. You don't think you have it there? You might have it somewhere, but it might be harder to find, right? Because, you know, they don't like to bring things into stores unless it gets bought a lot, right? So you might have to go to more of a specialty place. Or if you ever go touring, you can bring some back. But you know, it's like if you go to Mexico, you get the authentic tequila there. A little bit different than the real stuff. Is there maple juice? I've had maple flavored Coca-Cola, but it's not really a fruit or anything. It's the sap right out of the tree, as far as I understand. Or the sap, maybe it's diluted. I'm not sure the process of making maple syrup. I know they tap the tree and they drain some syrup. Like some sap anyway, and then they do something with it. Do I have a maple plant? Nope. I don't. I've had some fruit trees before, but I don't have any in my current yard. I have a juniper bush and some cedars right now. Or not juniper, sorry, Saskatoon bush. Cedars are pretty popular as a decorative plant, at least around here in BC. I don't know where, if they're other places what they use. What's a Saskatoon? It's just like a berry. Kind of, we talked about this before actually, about Saskatoons. I have a couple blueberry bushes too, but they're not very big yet. But yeah, Saskatoon bushes is just a plant that's around here that some people make jam out of it and stuff. Real maple syrup is amazing. You don't eat pancakes anymore? How is like maple syrup priced in your area, Andrew? Is it like proportionally, you know, like how I said, it's like $3 for a bottle of syrup here, but $20. And it's not even like, you can get a big bottle of syrup for $3, but if you get the real maple syrup, it's a smallish bottle for $20. It isn't cheap, that's for sure. Is it kind of proportional like that too? Probably $10. Oh, okay. So it's not too bad there then. Everything in Canada, they like kind of charging a little bit more, I guess. Because they kind of base it off of, I think they base it off of the American one. I think you could taste it. You could, if you're familiar with it, you could probably taste the difference. You know? If you're not familiar with it, you'd never know. I actually don't have real maple syrup very often just because it's so pricey. You know, sometimes I'll get some from Costco when I go there, but in the normal store it's like super expensive. Costco is more in line, you know, $10-15 for, you know, a little better size. I know it's 60 here. This looks like a doesn't look like a rural area. Yeah, it'll say on the packaging that it's real. 100% real maple syrup or something like that, usually. And in Canada, here in Canada, it'll also say it in French. Because everything in Canada, it says it on one side in English and one side in French. Even the American products have French on one side. You know, like if I buy, back in the day, a G.I. Joe or a Star Wars figure, or a video game or anything, there's going to be French stuff on it if it's from Canada. Because Canada has 2 official languages. And if you go into the States and you buy the same thing, there's no French on it. And you know, every time our Prime Minister speaks God, he's got to say it in English and French. So he says it, and then he says it again. Sometimes he'll say it in French first, sometimes he'll say it in English first. And the reason they say it is because they don't want to be misinterpreted. You know, because if you have somebody translating, they might not translate it exactly as intended. But if he says it himself, then you know what he means. So even when they were having a press conference with the American president, Trudeau would say it in both languages. You know, because he's addressing, like he talked to Trump in English, or talked to Biden in English, but then when they go to do their announcements after, you'll notice that, oh crap, what I hit. Oh, that guy nailed me. What a jerk. But just use a teleprompter. There, I got a $400 ticket because that guy hit me. Well, it's his job, so I guess probably not. If you want to get a good good job in Canada with the government, you need to know both languages. Because there's 2 official languages here. But I'm not sure if they get really tired of it or not, because you know, that's how it is. There's actually a couple prime ministers in the past that didn't know French. But you don't tend to get voted in. You don't tend to get voted in if you don't know French as a prime minister. Like Kevin O'Leary from the Dragon's Den, or no, whatever I think it's Dragon's Den. He was trying to become the conservative candidate, and I think that's where he kind of had problems, because he was gonna try to be the conservative leader, but he didn't get into the leadership largely because he didn't know French. If you know, because Quebec is a big province and they got a lot of votes, and you know, if they can't communicate to their leader, they're probably not going to vote him in. Do I speak French? No, I don't. I did take a little bit in high school, but I'm not proficient at it. Being in the west of Canada, you know, there's not a ton of opportunity to really use it. I mean, there is some French immersion schools and stuff like that, but I wasn't in one. But as far as it goes, I took some French in high school and some German in university. And since you're not using it regularly, I don't really know it. You know, although if you're in Eastern Canada, like on Ontario and Quebec, down there's a lot more French speaking. So I would think like a lot of the prime ministers come from over there, but occasionally some from the west get into. Why not? You get bored? I don't know if I got bored. I guess I don't know. I was more interested in learning German. It sucks to learn something and not use it. Yeah, I mean, there's, it was a requirement in school here. You have to take a language, and in university you have to take a language. So, as far as it goes, that's just the ones I learned. You learned a ton of Polish, and you won't use it anymore. Oh, there you go. Well, it's kind of interesting to learn a second language, though. But yeah, I'm primarily English. I might catch a word here and there of one of those two, but it's mostly English for me. I think if you spend a lot of time in an area where you might use it, you probably just learn more, right? Even for people that are watching me that English isn't their first language, they're having an opportunity to communicate to some degree in English, so that probably helps as far as learning the language and using it. You're watching a lot of entertainment that's in English, that kind of thing. So you get to kind of use it a bit more, right? What's my second language? I took a little bit of French in high school and a little bit of German in university. So I don't really have a second language. I probably wouldn't get hired for certain government jobs because I'm not fluent. Because there literally some jobs, the requirement is second language. You have to be able to speak more than one language. It's not always French necessarily, though. Can you give a sample word of French or German? For French, bonjour is hello. And German, wie geht's is a pretty common term, I guess. Wie geht es Ihnen? How are you? Kind of thing. Andrew here is, he's actually working in Germany. Like, he lives there in Germany. Bonjour, yeah. Yeah, wie geht es Ihnen? It's W-I-E. And then G-E-H-T is the second word. E-E-H-T-S. E-S. And then Ihnen is I-H-N-E-N. I think that's a formal way, though. I think that's a formal way of saying hello, or saying hello, how are you? Kind of thing. Or more just how are you, I guess. Elxa, thank you for following, much appreciated. It's been a long time, so I'm a little bit rusty. And then I remember learning that you'd say "Es geht mir gut," to say I am good. That's probably rough translation though. And I remember, you know, you get little words here and there from different places for different things too. Remember some guys in university that were in my hallway, and they would say "lei homa" for a greeting kind of thing. That's Cantonese. How do you say "I love you" in French? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the word for love is. Ich liebe dich is the German for I love you. Because Liebe is love. Ich is I. Dich is you. I think amour is probably love for in French, I imagine. I'm not 100% sure. You could just type it in Google though. French or English to French. And then you get a quick translation. And then c'est la vie. The Google's not always the best translator. Also, one interesting thing about language for French is Quebec French is different than France French. You know, like from what I understand, France, if they hear like Quebec French, it's more like slang French, I guess. From what I've been told. So don't take my word as authority on that, but it's apparently it's a lot different dialect and stuff. Maybe it's just tame. Tame might be the word. I don't know. More might not be the word. It might be tame. T-A-I-M-E maybe. Or maybe that's something else. I don't know. I can't remember. In high school. And it's not something I use very often. I'm sure there's potentially somebody that knows French watching though. They can feel free to pipe up if they want and let us know. And by the way, if you haven't followed yet, please do so. It'd be super appreciated. By the way, if you haven't entered my poll yet, feel free to throw in your favorite car color there. And of course, thumbs up. We're cruising here. Maybe we should go the speed limit, eh? I don't think I have my my cruise actually set though. Let's get her at 80. Oh, we almost got that guy. We're going downhill, so. Oh, crap. I was like looking at the cruise control and I was looking what Hozad said. Although, you know, I do, you know, because of the cereal boxes and everything has French on one side and English on the other, sometimes some of the food products you kind of recognize anyway. They probably know those words indirectly because of that. Let's go, car. Ah, crap, there's so many cars. There we go, we made it. We're past that guy. We can get past this guy on the right. Drink some water. Oh, this one's sealed. I got it. And all over the place, eh? There we go. We made it safely. Drinking water. William, thank you for following. Much appreciated. You're having a great weekend there. And you're ready for Monday. I got the day off tomorrow, so I'm playing a bit later than usual. I can sleep in. And back to work on Tuesday. Everything on the speed limit, eh? There's a police car. Long weekend. Yeah, I've had like I was off since Wednesday. That's what I was telling you. You know, you missed out. Played late on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. You didn't show up for a couple of them days. Zane, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. You missed out on the baseball. Dad played baseball on the Tuesday there. Yeah, it was Tuesday. Because you're sleeping? You weren't sleeping. What time is it now? You have to sleep all day. Some of those streams are 10 hours long. Sad, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Oh, we got police ahead. What's going on? They get somebody? I think they got somebody. Got some good music, eh? Facebook free music. As good as it gets. Louder, please. Gotta turn up the volume. I know what it sounds like on my stream. It sounds fine to me. For background music is what it's supposed to be. You just want me to be quiet, don't you, God? Like, man, this guy talks too much. Like, I just want to listen to the free music that I can download free from the internet. And it's even allowed. It's not even stealing it because they're copyright free. Sounds pretty loud to me, though. You know, the thing about copyright is you gotta also... Some of it's not copyright totally, though, because when I posted video on YouTube, YouTube still catches some of the songs and it gets claimed. But what you want is you want talking and other game sounds on top of the music. And then it's considered fair use. So by having it louder than other things, then it's more likely to actually get claimed. Part of the broadcasting rules, you know. Because, you know, even these free artists, there's some of them get claimed. Elmer, thank you for following. Much appreciated. So you gotta talk, unfortunately, over the music. The music is supposed to be background. I've been claimed, though, on Facebook for even in-game music. So sometimes I gotta turn that music right down. Look over here. Elmer for liking and sharing and following. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. We are gonna deliver this stuff. I don't remember what we're hauling now. What was it? Oh yeah, maple syrup. That's right. We're talking about maple syrup for a while, and that's why. You gotta make it your mission to find some pure maple syrup. Do what you like if you like it. You probably never want to have regular syrup again after that. Alright. Although, you know, I still will have regular regular syrup once in a while. If I can, but if I get an opportunity for pure, then I try to find it. If it's a good price, you know. Try to find it from Canada too. From the imported maple syrup. That guy's tired again. That guy's like constantly yawning. All right, gotta go 80 again here. You wish you could teleport in Canada. That'd be a unique skill, eh? We're getting tired. Our guy's fading. What would you say is a big export from your area? Is there something that your country is most famous for? How come some streamers are playing copyright songs? I'm allowed to play copyright songs, but you're kind of taking a chance because you don't know which songs are allowed and which ones aren't. So I try to stick to non-copyright. You know, because there's a lot. They have, like, Facebook has agreements with a number of record companies. So at least for partners, they can play real music, like real copyright music. Although you're always risking the health of the stream, because if you play something that's not allowed, you know, it'll turn off your stream. Then you gotta start it up again. Or it doesn't turn off your stream so much. It like kind of turns off your reach, it's called. So, for example, they won't recommend anybody new. And you always kind of want to grow. I tried uploading a Mr. Bungle, like a video with Mr. Bungle attached on it before. It's a video called Ivor Goes to War, and I kind of added a Mr. Bungle song on there, and it got claimed right away. So Ipecac must not be in on the agreement. So I wound up deleting it and just uploading it without the music. There we go. We got a gas station. I'd listen to music all the time. Another streamer I know, he plays a lot of Beastie Boys and ICP and stuff like that, and he seems to be okay. So his music's not getting claimed. Yeah, the bots pick it up. They scan for that stuff. No, what they do is they stop your reach on it, so it doesn't get distributed the same way. So if a video gets claimed live, what happens is it'll give you a warning and it'll say, you know, your reach is turned off. So you could still stream to people that know you're there, but it won't show you to new people. So reach is however many people can get seen. You can get seen by. So for example, if you share my stream to your feed, however many friends you have that it shows it to, that's extra reach, because those are new people that that might want to watch, right? So that's why, I try to encourage people to share, because they might be telling others about me. And in addition to people sharing, if if they like and they there's lots of interaction, and Facebook says, oh look, this might be something interesting, and then it actually shows my stream to more people as well. So the more people like and share and stuff like that, then the more people Facebook's likely to show me off to as well. And that even includes people who have followed. So if somebody's followed, they might not get to see my stream every time as an alert. It might show them sometimes, even though I stream every day, 7 o'clock Pacific time. So even if you don't get notified that I'm streaming, if you go to my page and look, you might find I'm streaming. With the exception of, say, if I was sick or something like that, where I couldn't stream, or if I'm out of town or something maybe, then I'm going to be on there streaming. I guess sometimes I might be a few minutes late, I suppose, but for the most part, it's pretty safe bet that I'm going to be on around the time I normally start. But as far as it goes, I mean, that's kind of how it works. It doesn't show everybody every time. If you have exclamation notify on, it'll show you about 99% of the time that I'm live. But for those that don't have exclamation notify on, it'll show like sometimes and sometimes not. Like, you'll notice that when I play hockey, a lot less people show up, and that's probably because they weren't even alerted. Because hockey's not their usual thing, right? Somebody's mostly interested in watching trucking, then you're more likely to get alerted when I'm trucking. Yeah, you had it on already yourself, but the anybody that's watching, if you're interested, either type exclamation notify or hit that follow button, or just check in. We'd love to see you guys again, whether you're talking or just hanging out. It's awesome. It helps a lot. Play different games, that's, you may not get notified for all games, so feel free to stop in and have a look. You'll also notice too, if you're watching a lot of trucking, when it gives suggestions as to who you might be interested in, it'll show you people that are playing trucking games, right? Because Facebook tries to guess what you like. Now, you want to see me stream COD in the future? I have streamed COD in the past. I played the story through on one of them. I'm not particularly great at COD, but I dominate the lower leaderboard. So whoever's at the bottom, I compete with them for the least kills. Because it's just not a game I play often, so I don't do particularly great at it because I don't play it. Like even hockey, we only play it once a week. So it can be a struggle. I'm not bad at it because I played it lots of years. But, you know, there's many people that are way better than me because they play it every day for hours and hours. And I just play it once a week. So it's like people specialize, you know? And it's hard to beat the guys that are specialized at it because they know every nook and corner, nook and cranny, where to hide. You know, the things that they should be doing. Although, you know, for shooting games and stuff like that, you'll more likely catch me on a game like Far Cry. Like when a new Far Cry comes out or something like that. Guess there's a new Division thing that's kind of a new Battle Royale thing. I never did really get into the Division. I played it one day and it seemed fun, but for some reason I never really returned into it. Didn't grab me. Some games grab me, you know, and I stay interested in them for a while. You know, like I really enjoyed Assassin's Creed and Cyberpunk, so I played those right through. Watch Dogs, I played right through. Little Big Workshop, I really enjoyed that game. It's like a relatively unknown game, but I had a good time. I got every achievement for that one. That's where you build a factory and gotta get all the things fixed up and done. I should play that Mega Aquarium game again sometime. That was a fun game. Although those games probably are hard to watch, I bet. Maybe not, but hard to say. It depends what you're into, I guess. Some people did hang around and watch Little Big Workshop pretty regularly. Civilization's a game I really like. Although I haven't played that one for a while now, but I used to stream it quite regularly. This is like a big board game, that one. Alright guys, look at this. Where do they need it? Right there, eh? Alright. Guess what? The maple syrup is now delivered. Excellent. Forget the thumbs up. Hit that follow if you haven't followed. Awesome, guys, if you do that. These guys got plumbing supplies they want delivered, eh? Not great. Payout $60, though. That's not terrible. How far? Not worst. Salmon fillets. How tired are we? We're not tired, so that's good. Brighton Market. Salmon fillets is the best pan. $64. And cattle. It's not very far one, eh? That's just up a ways. I don't think I've transported cattle before. Plumbing supplies, I don't think I've done that before. Let's do the cattle. 20 kilometers away. And there we go, guys. We're getting there. Go get the moo-moos. Oh, we almost clipped the fence there. That could have been bad. All right. 17 kilometers. 16 kilometers. Some farm at the end of the street here, I guess. And then we got to make sure the ride is comfortable for them. There we go, area farm. Went over the bump pretty hard there. We're here now. You got milk? Sheep wool, beef? Can we see the moo-moos? Probably. Where is it, though? It looks like it's fenced off over here. We can get in there? Oh, it's on the other side. Oh no, I went exactly back where I was. farm's wondering, what the heck is he doing? He's going back and forth. There they are. You can see them in the window there. There we go. We didn't even go to aerial view. See if we go to view. You can see them in the window there. There's 2 rows of them even. There's some on the 2nd level. Wonder how they got them up there, eh? You prefer the aerial view for backing up? Excuse me. Alright, we gotta give a nice smooth ride here. We don't want to get the animals bumped around, eh? Flip the truck on its side or something, that would suck. Alright guys, don't drive in front of me there. Well, the smoothest ride ever now. Don't want no mad cows, eh? $208 to go. It's not a very long trip. Somebody probably bought some cows for their farm, eh? Hopefully we're not bringing them to the slaughterhouse or something. Gotta bring them where they're needed here, so they can populate a new farm. They're saying on the news that because they're talking about the environment and stuff like that, there's not really a lot of control of emissions for farms, but apparently on this thing there, this study that just came out recently. They're saying that farms are actually kind of polluty in that aspect, and that if they just changed a couple practices, they could cut it down by a pretty significant percentage of pollution. But farms aren't regulated the same way that industries are, so there's a lot more regulations on industries. Kind of interesting. One would have to read about it more, I think. I just kind of got a top level view of it. But I guess, you know, any research that they can figure out things that just make things more efficient, you know, that's not a bad thing. You guys empty. Have you ever petted a cow or anything like that, Got? Have you been close to a cow? Alright. 127 kilometers to go, guys. And the cows are coming home. Guess we don't really need to be in the left lane here. We'll swing over to the right. Got more mirrors over there, eh? Alright. How's our gas doing? Okay. Sleep's not bad. Alright, you guys. We are getting places. Cows are coming home. Come on, I know you guys think that's hilarious. I think it's hilarious anyway. Alright, look at all the turbines here, eh? Holy crap. Pile of them. 6 or 7 of them. Been a pretty smooth ride for the cows so far, eh? Must be windy here. Man, it's bumpy there, eh? Holy crap. 45 to go. All right, you guys. 28 kilometers to go. Once we see that turn, I think we're gonna have it in sight. There's hay over there. There it is. Our destination. The cows are coming home. We've been accident free, so that's pretty sweet. Hopefully it was a comfortable ride with you guys as my passenger driving these cows. Almost there. Stay on target. Alright guys, it's pretty comfy here. Just like at the end of the street here. Let's go, folks. All right, we're at the new farm. There's a dude waiting out there by the hay bale. He's right here, eh? All right. Right near perfect. There we go. Cows are coming home. Excellent. I know you guys are proud of me. If you're proud, hit the thumbs up. Don't forget to hit that follow too. $60 for that one, but I think our guy's too tired now. Yeah, we should probably find... Mohammed, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Transmissions, liver paste. Look at the transmissions though, holy crap. We might have to go to that one, eh? 84,000 bucks is $93 a kilometer. The offer expires in 24 hours, so I mean we can even sleep before we take that one. Only 10 kilometers away. Maybe we should grab a nap first. And then get that mission. It's a good money there, eh? Raja, thank you for following. Much appreciated. You're having a great day. Alright, so we're getting the transmissions from around here somewhere, but because we're half sleepy, I want to sleep first. And then come back and pick it up. Since we have time. Might as well, you know. Get repairs while we're there too. Alright guys, here we are, we're turning right. And then basically we're gonna turn around and grab that cargo after. But if we sleep right now, there'll be still 12 hours left to pick it up. And then we'll have that much extra driving before we need to sleep. Alright, so here we go, folks. Where's this thing we're pulling into? This is right there. I missed my signal button. Oh well. $2,000. Alright, we're gonna go get our cargo now. Sound like we drove right over a train track, eh? Opie, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. But it doesn't give you tickets for not signaling, eh? Red light. Oops. Darn it. Oh well. One ticket's not bad, eh? Alright, guess it's this one on the right here, eh? Norkin. Probably that trailer right in front of me. Look at that though, $93 a kilometer. Not bad, we just gotta drive across Sweden. Take a ferry here, take a ferry there. Alright, we got the transmissions. Let's start making $93 a kilometer. Gotta be careful though, now we have double trailers. So we gotta pull wide for pretty much everything. Otherwise you wind up catching that second trailer on stuff. And that's where you run into problems. See if we can do it accident free, you know? Accident and ticket free. If you haven't followed yet, please do so. Be appreciated. I'm a variety streamer. Playing the Euro Truck lately here and play all sorts of things. Viral, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. And Tumu Hemsley, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Alright, guys. We're getting places. We're going to be delivering this, and it's going to be glorious. You never saw such amazing deliveries happen. Gonna be fantastic. You watch this. I gotta pull wide. There. Oh, did we clip the sign? No, we made it. Phew. Those are always the toughest, especially harder from the other side. So we're kind of lucky we got in on this side. Big old narrow lane, eh? Of course, there's a truck coming. There we go, we're in. We're in like Flynn. Hey Gott, if you're here still, I just thought of a classic movie that I really enjoyed back in the day. And I'm just wondering if you ever watched it. Tron. Tron. So if you've seen that one, it'll be interesting to see what you think of it. You know, it's interesting for you, anybody that's watching, of course. The interesting thing about Tron is Disney was in real trouble at one point. Like, they were going to go bankrupt, and they needed a hit. And what happened is they put out Tron, the first one, back in the early 80s. And that was their hit. If it hadn't have been for Tron, they probably wouldn't have actually survived. So it's kind of interesting that you know, there was a Tron 2, but it wasn't as good. But the first Tron was revolutionary in many ways for its time. Fred, thank you for following, and M. Alzim, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. So if you haven't seen Tron, you guys, it's old, but it's actually a big historical kind of thing, because not only did it spawn a lot of interest in movies at the time, like for, you know, video games and stuff like that, but it also was revolutionary in that it helped Disney survive. Hey Ralph, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Howdy back to you. But yeah, I really enjoyed Tron back in the day. I even had a poster, and me and my buddies would play with frisbees and throw the frisbees and block them with your holding your frisbee, that kind of thing. So that was a cool movie whenever I did see it. I don't know how old I was when I first saw it, but I remember frisbees being cool, becoming cool because of that movie. And I played lots of Tron video games. There was a cool arcade game, and you know, that console or that cabinet, you know, like for people these days that collect arcade cabinets, that cabinet, that Tron cabinet, is worth something. It's very valuable cabinet. I actually was kind of watching there's a couple video game collector groups. Even though I don't collect arcade consoles, I have a little iCade I converted. But even though I don't actually collect arcade consoles myself. Kind of interesting to see these Facebook groups that have people that are collecting those kind of things, the classic arcade games. Just to see kind of, you know, them talk about it, and you know, just to kind of get a, you know, interesting. I find it interesting. You know, I learned from a Facebook group that Mortal Kombat was actually named something different at first. And that there's somebody that worked for them showed the artwork off for what it was originally. All right, here's ferry number 1. So it's interesting, you know, in the terms of kind of what they talk about and stuff like that. I also joined like an television group because I have an interest in television. Where do I go for this? Oh, over here, eh? Alright. There's more than one. I assume that it's that one though. Oslo's up here, so because we were driving across Sweden. So I'm pretty sure it's that one. If I picked the wrong one, I just wasted some time, unfortunately. Looks like the map's going forward, so that's a good thing. Oh crap. Overshot. I didn't realize it was here where they're trying to tell me to go. So how's it going, Ralph? Hope everything is going great for you. There we go. Now we gotta drive across Sweden. Take another ferry. And then these transmissions are as good as delivered after that. I think we can make it across Sweden without sleeping, because we're rested up. And we're going to be doing a curve at the top here and going left. Bumpy turn, eh? Holy crap. Me and him are having a race, apparently. What the crap, dudes? Now everybody's passing me on the right, eh? Oh, we'll go over here, I guess. Pretty heavy duty music, eh? And if you're new, by the way, I'm a variety streamer. Play all sorts of games. I've been playing a lot of the Euro Truck lately. Played hockey on Friday. Played baseball last Tuesday. Don't forget to hit that follow button. And that thumbs up. Oh, in our lane, eh? Alright, so 889 kilometers to go, but we do have one more ferry ride to go. So that'll make that go rapidly by. Because it doesn't do the water crossing, right? It just flies right over that. We're driving across Sweden. We've had a relatively good run today. No real, just a couple clips here and there where we clip somebody, but no real accidents or, where we're having to call the tow trucks or anything. Not a ton of speeding tickets either. We've been lucky that way. This is bound to happen. You drive enough, you have some clean runs. $70 here, so we gotta make sure we are mindful of the speed limit. Why these guys are all hanging out on the right, on the left, I mean. That's weird. Oh crap. That's why. They knew something I didn't know. I guess I shouldn't try to pass on the right, eh? There we go. Back up to speed. For transporting transmissions is a really good price too. There's like over $90 a kilometer. Probably because of the ferries, I imagine. I don't know. Double trailer and ferries, I guess. I'm not sure. Making all the money. We're gonna buy a ton of garages today. We're at $3.8 million. And this is a good run too that we're making, so it'll be even more. All right. So 793 kilometers. Oh, the police got somebody. There we go. Kyle, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. All those likes, those shares, those guys, that helps you guys. Sorry, I set that backwards. It was weird. Also, don't forget to follow. It'd be super awesome if you did. And that way you can catch me again, right? Hopefully, playing something that you like. But if I'm not, you can always say hi anyway. It's always awesome to hear where people are and when people say hello. But we're cruising. We're getting the bunnies today, man. I tell ya. Having some good runs. Look at that thing on the right there, eh? A bird or something up there? What the heck is that thing? All right. 80 kilometers an hour. Driving through very nice country here, eh? Look at these nice green trees. Alright, so where are we going here? Going, we don't need to sleep. Our gas is okay. JZ couldn't find a job. Darn it, JZ. Alright, you guys. I know you can't believe it, but we're getting somewhere. Nice smooth sailing. Smooth. Making sure we don't exceed the speed so we don't get tickets. Going pretty good that way. We are getting over there. Take one more ferry ride and then we're gonna cross and we're practically at our destination. Alright, so how's it going, eh? 700 kilometers to go. Almost to Stockholm. Here's some planes I spy with my little eye. Something flying on a stick. If you look on my Instagram, I have a picture of a plane on a stick. I also have some pictures of me inside a B-17 bomber. Like they had a tour. They stopped at 2 places in Canada. I managed to catch one of the places. That thing was full of guns, man. It's just touring, so it's not really an active plane anymore, but you could see all the armaments it would have had. Flying Fortress, you know. That thing was pretty impressive, though. Although I had a hard time getting through it as far as my size. It's meant for little people. Because I don't know how the guy would have got into the 6 o'clock gunner position if they were tall at all, really. You know, they're probably, you know, had to be fairly slim and fairly small to crawl back there, you know. Because it looked pretty narrow, like crawling through a duct or something. Even like going through the bomb bay and stuff like that, I was still walking like sideways pretty much. But if you want to see pictures, the Instagram link is in the video description. Other links you might want to check out in my video description are my YouTube. Subscribe to that. I put a clip of something interesting for every stream. There's all sorts of links over there in my description. Excuse me. I don't put everything on every place, so it's best to follow them all if you want to follow them, or you can follow just what you're interested in too. It's all good. Don't forget to follow here though. Here in the YouTube would be the top places. Alright, guys. Look at this. 597 kilometers ago. There's a giant key up there. You don't see that every day. Imagine it's a fairly big lock for that key. The guy's not too tired yet, still halfway, which is good. Gas is holding up pretty good. Getting here, we're getting there, we're getting everywhere. Alright. $9,000 from Benjamin McGee. These guys are starting to make some dough. Be hiring a new batch of drivers soonish. Margaret, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. That's super awesome. Everybody liking. Thank you so much. We're going by Suder Talja. Well, they're kind of driving around it, I guess. What's going on here? We're passing Stockholm. Oh, we gotta slow down a bit. 70 here. And then we got a big left turn coming up. But it looks like we gotta go right to turn left. So we gotta be careful. If we pass these guys, we probably miss it. We're gonna go up here, eh? Alright, we successfully turned. Lots of water here, eh? Wonder if we're coming up to a ferry. I don't know my geography that good that I'd know what city I'm looking for. Oh. Stephanie made 46 grand for us. That's pretty awesome. We'll crack 4 million by the time we get to our destination here. Manish, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Not the nicest road here, eh? I think we're probably okay. Oh, there's a bus coming. Well, it's not a bus, it's a truck. What do I know, eh? Alright, we made it across the lane. These transmissions, they're getting delivered. Gonna be getting them there. Gonna be inspiring. It's gonna be great. Gonna be fantastic. Oh my gosh, eh? Like really. You've never seen such a smooth drive, eh? This run's been pretty good. So we're speeding a little bit. Oh geez. Our guy's getting tired. I'm hoping though that we're getting close to our destination where we need to be. For the ferry at least, because then the ferry will kind of recharge our batteries a bit. All right. That white car was in my way. I didn't want to hit him. A nice lake there on the right, guys. Want to go for a swim? Have a swim stream, you know? Oh, it looks like we found the ferry. I see a dotted line up there. Good timing. Our guy's getting tired. Probably go for a little while longer, but... AK, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Hope you're having a great day and thank you for being here. Alright, we're taking the ferry. We're on a good run here. $97 a kilometer. There's our boat. We're just in time. Well, those cars are waiting. I'm just going to drive past them. This is a semi-truck ferry, apparently. A couple cars on it. Alright. We got a couple destinations. I think it's this one here. Nantal, but I'm going to double check. Yeah, it looks like they're going to Nantal. Nine hours of driving. We're going to sleep. Our guys' batteries will be recharged up. That's awesome. You don't have to stop for sleeping now. See, look at the little bed there, right above my name there on the bottom right. There's a picture of a bed. You'll see that he's well rested. I'd be pretty excited about riding the ferry, you know, so I don't know if I'd be able to sleep. Any cars coming that way? No, doesn't look like it. Hello, how are you? I don't know what you're saying there. I don't have an automatic translation. But welcome. Alright guys, look, we got 195 kilometers to go. Get these transmissions in place. Then we're gonna get more money. We're gonna buy a whole pile of garages and trucks. It's gonna be amazing. Good? Oh, okay. Awesome. We're gonna turn this way. We're gonna go wide because we got two trailers. I want to catch it on the guardrail there. Thank you for liking, much appreciated. Alright. We're getting places. Oh, it's 70 here, so we gotta be careful. Wanna go too fast? Stop for the red light. Wait, convertible ahead of me, eh? we made it. We beat the red light there. All these red lights. Holy crap. Holy moly. Carl, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Red light. There we go. Green light. $70 here. Where am I from? I'm from British Columbia, Canada. So Western Canada. So I'm trying out the tour in the Europe here. With this Euro Truck Simulator. I've never been to Europe, so that'll be interesting. It's a pretty fun game. Thank you. Oh. This song here sounds like I've heard it somewhere else before. But it's in the Facebook free Facebook library, so that's good, I guess. Oh, we should be careful we don't get a ticket, eh? Oh, now it's 80 again. By the way, if you guys are new, don't forget to hit that follow button. Awesome if you did. Nice to meet everybody. And of course, we'd love to see you come back. So if you follow, then sometimes it'll remind you. I played multiple games, so be aware. It's not always trucking, but it's been a lot of trucking lately anyway. Eventually it'll probably be an on and off thing, because we'll wait for DLCs and stuff like that. But right now I've been playing with a goal, so we're trying to buy up a lot of garages here. Gotta make lots of money to buy lots of garages. Well, a lot of times these guys come back empty, but guess we could probably up our speed a bit. Oh crap. Got a speeding ticket. First one in a long time. 760 bucks. And I didn't even realize I was speeding. Just grew into the music, you know? I thank you for following, much appreciated. $56 kilometers to go to deliver these transmissions. Then we're gonna be in the big bucks. It'll be awesome. There's our destination, everybody. I can see it on the map. Looks like we're gonna curve around. I don't know why there's a big dotted line there. This is not really dotted. Hey, I wonder if we're gonna discover something on the way there. Like a question mark. Let's go over here so we don't hit these guys. Magic. Alright, we gotta make a left here, guys. We delivered all sorts of things today. Delivered vaccines, cows. Oh man, what are you doing, dude? Are you gonna make it cause red, eh? Oh. I guess that one in front of us is probably a garage or a truck dealer. The one to our left here was probably a recruiting agency, I would imagine. Get over here. We don't want to drive over there. Where I turn? Probably, eh? Got a double trailer. They're more reasonable with where they get you to park. We made it! Excellent! Look at that money. 85,000 bucks for 880 kilometers. Abbott, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. You got anything good there? Diesel, that's not bad for $48 a kilometer. Buy some garages though. We got $4.3 million. Let's get this upper part here. There's one over here. Couple in Latvia. There's 3 so far. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. So that'll put us to about 2 million. We gotta buy trucks. Nine. 10. A couple in Hungary there. Closer Austria, I guess. I think we'll probably be okay. We might need to take a loan. All right, let's buy a bunch of trucks, see where we're at. See how closely I guessed. I gotta remember where all I bought, eh? There's one up here. We kind of worked our way down, I think, didn't we? Latvia had a couple. In Lithuania. All right, where else did we buy? Down to Hungary, I think, after that, right? Like Simon says, you gotta remember everything. I think it was Austria next. I think I got most of the places. So let's check, see if there's any garages that I don't have trucks in. I think we got her covered. Now we just gotta fill them with drivers. So recruit. Havel, your lucky day. Bob, your lucky day. You're gonna be our premier Latvian driver. I got some phone calls from Latvia the other day. You're some sort of scam or something, I think. Ulf. Everybody around is getting calls. Alright, Lithuania. Sabrina. Boss, thank you for liking, much appreciated. Alright, we got good there. And I think that's where we jump down to Hungary. Jano. Jano looks like he means business, eh? Julian. Spencer. We only got like 2 more to go. Danny. Pretty discriminant, or not discriminant, indiscriminate about who I'm hiring and just grab the first person. All good. They'll all get hired eventually, you know. Lots of choices. See some of our future drivers here once we collect some more money. I wonder if these are employees or what. I think I got a driver for every vehicle now, though. Rabin, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Go back to our garage manager, and we're going to check now. Make sure there's no zeros. Looks like we're good. We're up to almost 150 drivers. We got the massive fleet. We're probably going to start making more than... We made like 3 million, 4 million almost here in this session alone. But now we're going to be cleaning up, because look at this. We're making per day $700,000. There we go. Danny. All the drivers around. And as they get longer, they're more trained up, you know. They're filling up everything. She's almost at full. You know? She's the closest right now. But they're all coming. That's awesome, guys. Pretty pleased by that. But I'm kind of tired, so I think I'm going to wrap up. I'm going to review the poll. If you haven't followed yet, please do so. That would be awesome if you did so. Yeah, please follow. And liking and sharing, even if you're watching the video after the fact here, liking and sharing still helps get the word out for me. I stream every day at 7 o'clock, so even if you don't get a notification, check by 7 o'clock Pacific time. Would be a good time. When I'm working the next day, I go to about 10 o'clock. If I'm not working, I go later. So I'm not working tomorrow. I got a vacation day. But, you know, put that follow on there to find out when you are, when I'm playing, you know. If I'm on, then it's good to be notified. Exclamation mark notified to be alerted when I go live. And otherwise, if you do follow, it will let you know most of the time, or not most of the time, sometimes, but not every time. So just check by, see if I'm on, and feel free to stop in, say hi, or, you know, watch a few minutes, or you know, a while, whatever you want, and hang out. It's always nice to see you. And let's review that poll. So the results of the poll was 57% voted for the black cars as their favorite color. 27% voted for white. 11% voted for gray, and 5% voted for silver. That's interesting because, you know, I grabbed this from a poll that was, or not a poll, but some sort of stats thing that just to see what was the most popular. And, you know, those are actually in order of the real popularities, but in our community here, looks like black is actually more popular than white. So that's awesome. Kind of interesting. I will put the results of that in my Discord. If you want to check out my YouTube, the links is in the video description. Feel free to subscribe there as well. And of course, check out whatever links on there you want. You can go look at my merch. You can look at whatever. So thank you for everybody who's here, no matter what your role was. Alex for the stars. A few people for the shares. They shared the stream to their timeline or their community. Thank you for the likes, the thumbs ups, whatever interaction you had. Thank you for participating in the poll if you participated, and chatting if you chatted, and of course even just watching. Thank you for hanging out. That's awesome. So hopefully we'll see you again in the near future, and everybody have themselves a great night and have a good Monday coming up.